friends who are aristocrats, I have friends who are upper class, I have friends who are, you know, working class, but not working class, but I mix and match, and then I go to see.
True democracy is citizen-led. Politics needs an update. We demand a people's house. We demand a people's house.
Bapu, Jai Sri Ram. It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Morari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
Let us just ask you quickly, you have to choose now between Davos or Westminster.
Davos.
Why?
Because Westminster is too constrained, and you know it's closed, and we're not having meaning. Once you get out of Westminster, whether it's Davos or anywhere else, you actually engage with people that you can see working with in the future. Westminster is just a tribal shouting place. Only a changed Labour Party will get Britain's future back. And make no mistake, the Labour Party has changed, reconnected to our purpose.
Prime Minister, it's good to see you. Well, thank you. No, not at all. I know you've been in Normandy.
Yeah, it all just ran over. It was incredible, but it just ran over everything.
I'm sure it was. So what did you go without?
We went out with lots of things, because my parents wanted to put everything into our education, and that was a priority.
So what sort of things had to be sacrificed?
Lots of things, right?
Can you give me an example?
All sorts of things. Like lots of people. There'll be all sorts of things that I would have wanted as a kid that I couldn't have, right? Famously, Sky TV. So that was something that we never had growing up, actually. But there's lots of things. But again, that's my experience is obviously going to be what my experience was.
But, you know, and I accept I earn a lot of money in the job I am now in. But when I grew up, my dad was a toolmaker, he worked in a factory. It's true, my mum was a nurse, and actually we couldn't make ends meet, which actually isn't a laughing matter. We couldn't make ends meet, we couldn't pay our bills. I know what it feels like to feel anxious about the next bill which you can't pay.
Forgive it. Forgive it. As hands up anybody's been to Peppa Pig World. Not enough. I was a bit hazy what I would find at Peppa Pig World, but I loved it. Peppa Pig World is very much my kind of place.
The Lord President, white. The Lord Justice Clerk, white. Every High Court judge, white. The Lord Advocate, white. The Solicitor General, white. Chief Constable, white. Every Deputy Chief Constable, white. Every Assistant Chief Constable, white. The Head of the Law Society, white. The Head of the Faculty of Advocates, white. Every Prison Governor, white.
And we are live. Welcome to UK election results count. We are live here. It is just after 8:30 a.m. on the Australian East Coast. It is just after 11:30 p.m. in the UK. So we will go around and introduce ourselves first. I'm Tim Wilms, Editor-in-Chief of the Unshackled.net, who is hosting this stream, and also I created that intro video featuring the UK political establishment and just how awful they are. We might go to left to right. So, Harry, introduce yourself.
Okay, excuse me. I'm Harry Richardson from I'm with the British-Australian community. I'm an author. I've written a couple of books. I wrote a book called The Story of Muhammad, Islam Unveiled, and I co-authored a book called Anglophobia, The Unrecognised Hatred, which are both available on Amazon if you're interested. Shameless plug there. I'm currently president of the British-Australian community, and I grew up in the UK. Came to Australia when I was about 25 years old. Lived in on the southern edges of a northern city up there, and experienced life through the 60s and 70s and 80s. Got out, was it 89? I came to Australia, so yeah, 60s, late 60s. I was pretty young then anyway, but as a kid's view of the late 60s, then through the 70s, and as a young adult through the 80s, saw a bit of things. Grew up through an era of incredibly hardcore socialism, which practically destroyed the country, and then saw Margaret Thatcher come in, and the whole thing collapsed, and I thought that she was the one who destroyed the country, as most people claimed. So yeah, that's me. That's my background. I've lived in Australia since for a long time, since 1989. So it's nearly 30 years, more than 30 years, and love it here. But I do miss the UK. So that of course, I'm a POM. I was born a POM, so a big sentimental feeling for Australia. Yeah, that's me.
I'm Duke.
Good evening, Tim. Thank you for having me as a guest. People will maybe know me from my channel on YouTube. We do a regular weekly stream called Splendid Isolation every Saturday evening UK time, which is early on Sunday morning for Australians. Like Harry, I was born in England, so I'm a POM. After I'd served in the British Army, I moved to South Africa. When I was in South Africa, I served in the South African Defence Force. That was under the old white government. Left when the white government collapsed. Met an Australian girl in South Africa in the last century. Fell in love with her. That's how I ended up moving to Australia in 2000. Sadly, she is now late, but definitely the love of my life. Up until this point, anyway. And yeah, that's how I ended up in Australia. So I'm also a POM who lives in Aussie. Love it here. I think it's a great place. But you know, if you're born an Englishman, I think you're always an Englishman. You know?
Mitch, you're not Nigel Farage, but it's very clear who you're rooting for tonight.
Yeah. So if anyone follows Splendid Isolation streams by Duke, you'll know me as a regular pretty much at this point. As you can tell by my accent, I'm from the West Midlands, and I've got Farage as a pop up for the stream, as well as I've late, because I've been campaigning for reform on the ground in a constituency called Cannock Chase, which, going off the exit poll as well as electoral calculus and another bunch of other polls, reform are predicted to win. But I'm going to have to stay up until 5 a.m. On my end to know.
You're in the UK right now.
Yeah.
It's perfect timing for us because we just get up in the morning and we'll be going to afternoon, and then we can have after all the results come in, we can have dinner and then rest for the night. But for the actual Brits, it's an all-nighter.
I think it's worth saying, Tim, that even in 2024, the core population of Australia is, of course, Anglo-Celts. So, you know, there's a lot of expats like me and Harry, but there's also huge numbers of Australians who are British heritage Australians.
That actually, that's who we represent, the British Australian community. A lot of people think, oh, it's just for expat POMs, but we're not. We represent the people who are of British heritage, and also we add to that people who are assimilated into that group. So people who, I have friends who their grandparents were, or the parents were Italian, for instance, or Greek. But when you talk to them,
I hope a friend of mine, Magnus Furious, who is an Italian Australian, I hope my friend Magnus Furious will be joining us later, who's a fairly well-known guy in our sphere on the right, and is a great guy for military history and this kind of stuff, which is the sort of thing that I enjoy.
Excellent.
Well, as the host or anchor tonight, it's pretty much my role to keep us focused on refocused on the results, because that's what a lot of people they'll mainly be wanting us to react as the votes come in. Now, as I got up, it was the countdown to the exit poll, which is highly anticipated when the polls close at 10 p.m, conducted by Ipsos and commissioned by all of the main networks, BBC, Sky News UK and ITV, and it's done by seat. So they projected Labour 410, so Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. What a shock. We knew that the red team was going to finish first. And then the Conservatives, I think we can all agree, are way too high on 131 seats. Rishi Sunak is projected to actually retain his seat, which is unfortunate. He'll have to delay his trip to California. The Liberal Democrats under Sir Ed Davies, 61 seats, so all of his stunts have paid off. And Reform, just over a dozen, 13 seats. And, well, the SNP down significantly, 10 seats. They are projected. How do you say the Welsh Nationalist Party name?
Oh, I can't pronounce anything in the Welsh.
It's Plaid Cymru, I believe. Yeah.
And they're basically left-wing nationalists, like the SNP. Celtic nationalists.
I think I would say just left-wing. I don't think that they're nationalists at all, to be honest with you. I think that's they claim to be nationalists, but they're actually, like if you look at the look at this.
I've tried to explain to my audience in the past that Celtic nationalism is very different from what we know as nationalism. Same with Sinn Féin over in Ireland.
Yeah, they're basically communists. So.
Yeah, and the Green Party on 2 seats. So we're all hoping that Reform wins a whole lot more seats and the Conservatives win less than 100. Let's have a look at the first. Now, it's Houghton and Sunderland South, the first to declare. Why is it always the Northeast that's first to declare? So the Labour hold 18,000 votes and Reform on over 11,000 votes, double the Conservatives on 5,500 there.
Yeah, something interesting there is if you add the Conservative and Reform together, I think they still wouldn't have overtaken Labour, strangely enough. So there really has been a swing back.
But it's a good result for Reform coming in a vastly more powerful second than the Conservatives.
Yeah.
If you compare, good evening, everyone. If you compare the result from 2015, where you had the high watermark for UKIP, the Reform Party improved on that result in that constituency in Sunderland. I think they got 21% in 2015. So they've definitely improved on that result. Funny enough, in 2017, when Corbyn was leading the Labour Party, he improved. The Labour Party in that constituency had a better result than they do at the moment. So, again, it is interesting to see that result. I mean, I think Reform. I think you're going to have a few surprises with Reform tonight.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
I do hope so.
Just joined us.
Oh, hi. My name, I'm, without docs, I was going to say docs myself there. I'm AI Shire Tory. I have a YouTube channel. I feature on Iron Duke, Splendid Isolation. I've also been on Popular Opinions. I've sort of been around sort of the online space in the British sphere for the last 4 years. I think it's 4 years now. You know, I live in southwest England. I was born overseas in Cyprus. My father was in the RAF, so you know I've brought up in that sort of military sort of lifestyle, brought up on bases and stuff. So I've you know I've seen a bit of the world, and but I mean, yeah, I was involved in the Conservative Party about 10 years ago. I stood as a councillor. It was really about probably about 2020, you know, when you had the start of lockdowns and all the madness that ensued from that, that I became disillusioned and found my way to sort of our circles, and you know, since then it's been a sort of progression. I think a lot of people have gone on, and you know, I've been sort of beating the drum for 0 seats.
I think we
that
all
hasn't
have.
happened quite. Yeah, unfortunately that hasn't happened.
I'd say all of us have been doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, as tonight's results, I hope from my understanding, there's going to be a lot of close constituencies in and around the country. You know, I've my constituency that I live in. On the current exit poll, it looks like the Conservatives are going to hold it. I voted Reform, of course, and I'm hoping that that isn't the case. But yeah, it's not looking good where I am at the moment, guys. But the constituency I was in was a very, very safe Conservative one. It was even a
on the hopeful side, AI on the hopeful side, AI. The exit poll for the Brexit vote in 2016 was quite a long way off. So I don't think we should all get depressed now, because there is a good. I mean, it looks like Reform are going to do pretty well anyway. But
I've got
what we also want to see is the destruction of the so-called Conservatives. So,
so Blyth and Ashington, that's in the northeast as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Northumberland. That's up in Northumberland, very close to Sunderland, where you have those results. And I'd say just back in people, if you remember the 80s and the elections in the 80s and 90s, it used to be Torquay down, not where I'm from, down in Torquay. That would be one of the first constituencies to return. But at the moment, it seems to be up in Northumberland. So
how come they're faster at counting the votes? Because I guess I should explain to Australians that the way that it works in Australia is that obviously we have preferential voting, so they've got to count the primary votes, then the preferences, but it's only a provisional result on the night, and then sort of the expert counters come in the next day, and then the postals come in. In the UK, it's as soon as the polls close at 10 p.m, they start counting all of the votes. There's only first past the post. So whoever comes first, so Labor in Blyth and Ashington, Reform second. They just announce the winner at the town hall with all the candidates there, and that's it. There's no sort of update throughout the night.
Yeah, that's pure first past the post in the UK. And it's all counted by hand in the UK. There's no voting machines or
here in Australia as well.
I say, Tim, just to answer your question, because I've been at a count at the previous election, 2019. The reason why Sunderland and that part of Northumberland returns first is, number one, if you look at the constituencies, they're very small in scale and size, but it's the densely populated areas. They utilise the local university and local schools I think there's one private school that they use as well, and colleges. So they have like a huge team of people that will take the ballot boxes from the trucks and everything, and they're able to count them quite efficiently at that time. I mean, if you look at the extreme end, so for example, I think the Scottish seat of Argyll and Bute, which is it's mainly islands, very isolated islands. Their result won't be until 6 o'clock. Yeah, 6 o'clock in the morning. Also, St Ives, the Isles of Scilly in Cornwall, they tend to their results about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning as well. A lot of rural seats. What you'll have is you'll have a lot of Labour seats come in now, and then probably about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you may start to see Conservatives seats, quite rural ones, coming in, if they can hold them. That is, if they can hold them. But yeah, Labour always tend to return the first seats because it's just densely populated. I don't know when Clacton's quite a small constituency, so I imagine that I'm hearing that it may be 1 o'clock, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, we might get a result from Clacton, and
which is very.
It looks like
about to tick over to midnight over in the UK, or GMT is the time zone.
Yes.
Yeah. True. Look, you're going to get the vast mass of the results coming in about 2 to 3 hours time. You'll get heaps and heaps coming in at that stage, and then we'll be able to get some sort of idea of what's going on.
Well, I've got
the only thing I would say is the first 2 results from absolute Labour areas, Reform's done very well, coming in a clear second, like a long way ahead of
that. Was that to be expected, because that's Brexit heartland, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
I do think so. Yeah. Sorry, you carry on.
I was going to say, I don't know if others saw it, but I'll put it in the Discord as well as online. So in the Midlands, the Tory votes collapsed by 29%, so that's the highest on a regional basis. Whereas the Labour vote in the Midlands is only going up by 4%. So you're going to see a lot of second places in the Midlands, like East and West. And the Tory vote looks set to collapse in a lot of areas. There were some areas where I reckon turnout will go down, like Lichfield, for example. That's like peak Tory seat. Very affluent.
That's Sir Michael Fabricant, who definitely doesn't wear a wig.
Yeah.
Which is when I first discovered him, because the thing being there's 650 constituencies, there's a whole bunch of backbenchers who nobody notices who they are unless they're in some sort of scandal, or they make their own image by being as ridiculous as Michael Fabricant is.
I remember one of the reasons. One of the reasons my channel was created right back along at the start of 2020 wasn't so much COVID. It was actually the attack on statues in the UK as in response to George Floyd and all that. And Fabricant was one of the first people I sort of had a go at, you could say, when he was sort of dismissive in his, because it wasn't. You had the Colston statue, and then you had the threats of people like Francis Drake's statue, other figures, Baden Powell, in Churchill, and also any figure, even like small local war memorials. Even it was across the board. Churches were also targeted. It was absolutely ridiculous. And Fabricant's response was to joke and say, "Oh well, I'm not woke here, and we will protect our statues. We will win the arguments." And it's like, shut up, you absolute Moggs. I mean, it's ridiculous that he had no. It was in my mind, it was a very serious step. It was a dangerous atmosphere. It was kind of, in many ways, it was the revolutionary style of the madness that you would see, you'd read about, like in Thomas Carlyle's French Revolution, or even what went on in the Run. It was peak low IQ madness that you see in third world countries, and that was allowed to happen in this country. And you can't forget the Tories allowed that to happen. People like him just joked about it, didn't see the issue. You had Tory councillors who were about to, effectively cut to radical progressive NGOs of North African and other ethnic descents, which I won't discuss on this channel, but you can probably guess in that regard. But you saw this all-out attack, and the response from across the Tory board was either to side with them or just cower in the corner. And for me, I do hope people like him and all these people are just there he is.
It's his hair. We claimed it's his hair.
Yes,
it's one way to get noticed.
Oh well, I could play it because, well, obviously we might have some dry spells where there's no results. I can play a clip of how he sounds. So, I looked up. He is in a relationship with the ex-Tory ex-Midlands mayor, who that was quite a shock in the local elections back in early May that the Tories lost the West Midlands mayoralty.
Yes. They also lost the West of England one, the West Country one, and also, I just another one, a local figure who we've probably all heard of, Jacob Rees-Mogg, is set to lose his seat. His constituency has been completely smashed up into, I think it's 3 different constituencies now. It's been really smashed. A large part of northeast Somerset is now his constituency. That is within the boroughs of Bristol. So you're going to have the Labour vote for Bristol, and
that's not going to help him, is it?
No sympathy from either.
No.
No sympathy at all. But I would just say to him, I lived in Bristol for a while, many moons ago, and you could play Spot the White Man in a lot of Bristol, to be honest.
And Central Bristol, the constituency of Central Bristol is expected to go to the Green Party. That's going to be their only, according to the exit poll, the only gain. And they're probably going to, again, not surprising. The Green Party. I went up there a few weeks ago, and they were very active on the ground. I mean, it's and it's
the moron uni students basically, but
yeah, it's basically moronic university students and commissar professors, and there is a it's imagine like the worst stereotype of of a metropolitan area. That's that on like steroids. It's like Uber San Francisco or something like that. It is drastically changed, but Labour out there, and the main thing is Gaza. I mean, if you go there, there's so much iconography for Gaza, for what's going on in the Middle East. So, one thing that is strange to see is you have such a radical out-group preference in this election that I've seen. Especially, maybe it's just me locally because of where I'm based. Maybe you don't see it elsewhere in the country, but it's still unbelievable.
I was just going to point out to Tim the thing he just put up on the screen. Someone would like a bit more than just chit chat. There's not many results coming in yet, mate. That's the problem.
Well,
the results will come in as they come in.
Maybe I will play, so it doesn't look like, because I've got some videos to fill in the time. Oh, the 0 seats meme, which became a movement. So it was started by academic agent, who is on Twitter as is Roland Rat, which is Rishi Sunak's double ganger.
Yeah, he was a famous, for those who don't know, he's like a kind of famous character on TV, Roland Rat.
So why don't we play, and then we'll come back. The Zero Seats campaign, some of the AI memes that were put out there, and then we'll come back.
For 200 years, the Conservative and Unionist Party of the United Kingdom has bravely and consistently betrayed not only its own voter base, but all native peoples of the British Isles. From constitutional reforms to dissolving the British Empire, from desecration of tradition to importing endless migrants, it is the Conservative Party that has been on the forefront of the destruction of this ancient people and their lands. I am immensely proud of what we have managed to achieve as a party, taking the greatest empire to ever span the face of the earth to being a pathetic, miserable, and broken nation mocked the world over. In recent years, we have greatly accelerated our plans to crush the ethnic Britons, making sure we openly show our hatred to you at every turn. And let me be clear, we do hate you. We despise you. We have not done enough, though. Despite all of our betrayal, our blatant loathing of you, you still vote for us. Even as we refuse to simply deliver a referendum, and then when we do, we subvert your wishes by then opening our borders to the world, even as we take all of your wealth and make the promised public services completely unusable, there are still some of you who vote for us. It is you, our voters, who we find the most disgusting. To combat this, I am incredibly proud to introduce our new policy, Zero Seats. Zero Seats is the policy where we shall do everything possible to make sure at the next general election, we as a party obtain 0 seats. You will have already seen 0 seats in action, such as arguing over how much of your money to send to foreign conflicts that are nothing to do with you, or straight up making you homeless as we lavishly treat foreign peoples and hand over your property to them, and then criminally punishing you if you so much as point any of this out. So please, when you think about the next election, think 0 seats. If we all play our part, we can finally make 0 seats a reality.
So you're voting for Nigel, you're voting reform. You've had enough and now you want to see them reform. And tell me how you thought about this concept reform. The Tories get 0 seats. So do me a favour and come at the day. As the ballot box's ballot lock is taken away. And you put a vote for Labour in the box and you pray that the Tories get 0 seats. 0 seats, 0 seats. You've got to quit your teeth and vote for Labour, you see.
Look, if Rishi does resign, I would have thought that they would probably end up with a score rather like they did in the European elections in May 2019, hovering around about 8%. The 0 seats, 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 the 0 seats.
And we're back. I love AI, and even though I've seen these meme AI videos countless times, I still I still love watching them. Harry, I'm not sure how
I've seen that film.
Yeah, your reaction then?
Never seen that one before. Very sophisticated, if you want, for want of a better term, propaganda, or if you want, if kind of marketing. My reaction, hold your nose and vote Labour. No. What you're voting for is someone who is basically a Trotskyite and is going to continue as and probably on steroids the Blairite revolution. Now, there's something that I think that a lot of people are missing what's really happened with the Tories, because people are mystified as to why the Tories are bringing in all these migrants when they know it's not popular with their own people. And someone who's really interesting to listen to on that subject is Liz Truss. Now, I don't know if you remember the former Prime Minister who lasted something like 45 days and was booted out after the financial markets collapsed. Surprisingly or strangely, just suddenly this collapse. She said that she gives a fairly good explanation, and she said that when you're trying to do things, she said you have this Office of Budget Reform, which was set up actually like what's his name, Cameron actually set it up, but there's all these type of organizations that were set up by Blair, which are sort of semi-autonomous and completely the government really has no control over them, and they seem to have control over the government. So the Office of Budget Reform puts out a report saying what they think that how the economy is going to perform. It's a prediction of how the economy is going to perform, and they come to the Prime Minister and say, "Listen, if you have 100,000 migrants come in, we'll put out a prediction that our economy is going to really take off. Whereas if you cut down the migrant numbers, we're going to show in our predictions that the economy is going to tank, because if we don't bring in a whole bunch of unqualified Somalis who don't speak English, then obviously the economy won't be able to survive." It's like just ridiculous. But this is how they
most of those unqualified immigrants, and that's the vast majority of them that come in. Most of them don't even get a job. Most of them end up basically living on welfare paid for by British taxpayers.
Yeah,
they don't contribute anything. The vast majority of them.
Yeah, and these idiots. Oh, well, I say idiots. I think they're actually quite smart people, but they claim that this is going to harm the economy. They go off this measure of GDP, which includes government spending. So it's like, oh, well, if we have a whole bunch more people come in and go on welfare, then our economy is going to expand, because it's like we're spending more money and
per capita.
Yeah, well, we don't. Yeah, no. Shh, don't mention per capita GDP.
I mean, we're in recession here in Australia per capita, but it's not called a recession because their mass migration is pumping it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having said that, the immigration into Australia, I think, is of a far higher standard than what they had in Britain. Thank God.
Well, but when was the last time you had an Australian taxi driver in Australia? But
but at least these people are driving taxis. They're not just on the dole. I
suspect quite a lot of them are, especially their dependents. But I mean, different subject. But like Australia is on the same track as Britain, just not as bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm in favour of it, but like in qualitatively wise, these migrants, from an economic perspective, if you only want to look at economics, then they're better. But anyway, that's not the only perspective that I would look at for sure. But economically, yes, I'd sooner have someone from China that was fairly well, a high IQ and fairly smart, than someone from Sudan or Somalia whose kids are probably going to end up in what was the gang called down in Dandenong? What was that gang called? There's something street gang.
If it was me, to be honest, I'm fairly much a Canberra supporter. I would like the idea of free people between Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. But for that to work, you have to have based and fairly right-wing governments without mass immigration in all four of those countries. And if you could get to that, then
that's what we all want. Yeah, that's what we all want.
Have that. Yeah. then you.
And that's what we had.
I've just seen in Newcastle the Reform candidate. I think, or a Reform volunteer is a old boomer with purple hair. Because Reform are certainly not perfect, and I think got spooked by that Channel 4 stitch up, and so talked about how diverse the party is, and look at all our non-white candidates and volunteers.
Yeah, look, one thing,
I was
Reform is not an ethno-state type party at this stage. Yeah.
Well, I was watching Lotus Eater's video the other day, and there's one of the Lotus Eaters guys who is he's got some contacts within the Reform Party, and what he said, and what I absolutely do believe, is that Nigel Farage did not like the diversity, in inverted commas, ads that Reform were putting out. And that was Richard Tice's idea. I can't stand Richard Tice. I hate him. I think Nigel Farage's instincts are much more correct. And apparently, according to this chap on the Lotus Eaters, who knows people within the Reform Party, Farage did not like those diversity ads. And I think Farage was entirely correct. You know, Reform should be appealing to Anglo-Celtic real Brits, like not immigrants. I'm sorry, you know. And if you want to call me a racist, call me a racist, because I probably am.
Well, I think that like all of us who have got like a persona, I mean, we don't just come out and say everything that we think. You know, well, some people do, but certainly the higher up this food chain you go, you realize that there's a lot of things that you won't say because it's not politic. I'm sure that Nigel Farage doesn't broadcast all of his feelings to the world.
Yes,
you know?
I think he hides his power level to some degree. Yes, I agree with that.
Richard Tice was the leader of Reform since it became the Reform Party. It was the Brexit Party, and it's a corporation with Farage as the majority shareholder, so it is very tightly controlled by Farage and Richard Tice. And the fact that they outsourced their vetting, and so they blamed all their candidates that they thought embarrassed them to a company. So, and this is obviously, once Reform, if the exit poll is correct, gets its foot in the door in Westminster, it has to evolve and not be a corporation with central control, have a grassroots base.
I think that's where One Nation over here has gone wrong, because they have this centralized control, and people they don't have a branch network or anything like that. I think that they're too tied up with we must keep a super tight rein on this, and there's advantages to that, but there's also big disadvantages. So, yeah.
I was very disappointed that really good candidates like Dan from the Lotus Eaters and Bo from the Lotus Eaters were both chucked out of Reform merely because an extreme left-wing NGO, i.e. Hope Not Hate, which has, by the way, been banned from Twitter recently because they're so unfair in every way. Yeah, they were doxing people. Yeah, absolutely. And this extreme left-wing NGO, Hope Not Hate, was saying, oh, this candidate once said this or this, most of which actually ended up in the Reform manifesto. But they got rid of really good candidates like Dan, who's a very good guy, and Bo, who I've streamed with, from the Lotus Eaters, and they were both excellent candidates, and actually not as right wing as I am, I would say. There we go.
I think we've all got to learn, and our organisation's got to learn to actually grow a pair, sort of thing. You know, we've got to be able to stand up sometimes and say, look,
100%, 100%.
Okay, look, and you know, often like people talk to me about, oh, you know, are you going to include an article from this guy on your website because once he said this, and I'm like, well, look, I'm responsible for what I publish on my website. I'm not you know, if someone turns out to have shared a stage with someone whose uncle was once involved with some organization, I mean, you know, you've got to stand up and say, look, no, you know, this is what we believe in. All this, you know, creeping around and, you know, being, you know,
they'll call you racist. They'll
go for you anyway.
What you do,
we need
and how much you kowtow, they will call you a racist. It doesn't make any difference. So you might as well just turn around and say, well, you think that, I don't think that, and you can get stuffed. That's the only way to deal with these lefties.
Well, the other comeback is to just say, well, can you define racist? Give me a definition of racist, and I'll tell you if I'm a racist or not. And
that's what they struggle with.
Yeah,
because
whatever they want to
use these terms such as, what is it, subliminal racism.
Yeah. What's the other one? Structural racism. Yeah. The racism that's there when it isn't there. The ghost of racism.
I really think that all humans of all races, of all skin colors, of all nations, all humans are to some degree racist. Like I had African soldiers when I lived in South Africa, and trust me, they were racist. They were Shoshanganes, which means
we
they
covered
were
that,
not
that
Zulu.
We cover that a lot in our book, Anglophobia. There's a lot of sociological theory and the like, which is where we cover actually, yes, all people, and it's a natural thing. And there's different racism is different to xenophobia, which is different to ethnocentrism, things like that. So all those terms are covered in that book. If you get a chance to pick it up, it's worth a read. It's got some really sound theory in there. So.
Swindon South is being announced now.
Okay.
Where's Swindon? I'm relying on. I know roughly where the main cities are, but I know
more or less in the Midlands, mate. More or less in the Midlands, Swindon. South Midlands, I'd say.
Yeah, South Midlands, Swindon. Yeah. It's up the M4, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
It's actually where Carl comes from the Lotus Eaters. That's his town.
Labour has won Swindon South. The Conservatives came second. So 21,000 votes for Labour, 12,000 for Conservatives, and Reform 6,000. So if you combine those two together, this will be done. The Conservatives will play the blame game that, we would have won more if it wasn't for those damn reformers. But the way that it's working out so far is Labour, and Farage made this point, if I went to the Bahamas, Labour would still win in a landslide and Sir Keir Starmer would be Prime Minister.
Yeah, I'd say on the point of like Reform's organisation, it's pretty bad going off my local area where we've got an election agent who isn't bloody there most of the time. And you got Farage who's saying after this election they're going to rev up their local game. That's going to take years, probably, because I mean UKIP also have the same problem where people with the job titles don't do the damn work.
Yeah,
but
it's not easy building a political organisation from the ground up. That's really not easy. And
but UKIP never really got into Westminster. Their only seat was a Conservative defector.
True.
So it'll be significant. Like they've all said that Farage has failed to get into the House of Commons 7 times.
Well, I don't think that Reform are going to fail in that way.
So this is like, it's still getting MPs and getting that representation. That's still a giant leap.
Yeah, absolutely.
More than you
did. Yeah, it translates to credibility, and I'm not sure how the system works over there, but I'd suggest it would translate to some finance for the party. I'm not sure, like over here, they get paid per the amount of votes if you get over 2%, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure how it works in the UK, but I mean, like I say, there's likely to be donors and things like that. If they actually have people in the parliament, there could be some finance coming that way. Whether that would be.
Doesn't also Ofcom allow them to have more time? Because I can't believe Ofcom is supposed to be a broadcasting regulator, is an electoral regulator as well. And whenever the TV hosts interview a candidate, they have to say, "Oh, these are the other candidates there in the name of balance." It's anti-free speech, the fact that you've got Ofcom breathing down the broadcasters' necks that if you can't seem it like you're too biased or anything, or otherwise we're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that Farage has said that he had never seen Ofcom doing this prior to this election, which I think is true. I can't remember Ofcom ever doing that before. But I mean, it's been fairly plain that all of the mainstream media in the UK, all of them with no exceptions, have been very anti-Farage and Reform. No doubt of that whatsoever. I mean, there's been all sorts of shenanigans going on in the background to try and make people think that Reform were not people you should vote for,
I think the British press has been completely captured by the government. Basically, they're all they're over from quite a way back. I remember a friend of mine worked with the press. He used to go to the airport. If there's someone coming in, he'd go and wait at an airport, and if someone turned up, he'd tip off and follow. He had a motorbike. He used to follow them going back, and he'd tip off the journalists so they could come and do interviews or whatever. And he was telling me about and this was back in the early 90s, and he was telling me how that they're talking to the journalists, and they were telling him that, look, the laws that they brought in, you just can't say things. There's lots of things that you just can't say. So the press by 2024, the press is basically just a mouthpiece for the government, I would say. Or when I say the government, the shadow government, or the blob, as they call it in the UK. It's not the swamp, they call it the blob, the great blob.
The deep state, indeed.
Deep state, yeah. So very blobby over there. It's horrible, really, to see what's happened. I mean, even in the Thatcher years, I mean, we had the yes minister kind of thing where, at least, and she said that was fairly accurate, but at least they played the game, Now, since Blair's got in, he did constitutional reform, which meant that the politicians are basically, the tail's wagging the dog. The bureaucrats are basically telling the politicians what they can and can't do, and that's where the country's gone down. All these people are saying, "Oh yeah, the Tory party's been in power for 14 years," but they've barely been in power. It's the bureaucracy that's in power now. It amazes me that Blair was able to do that. I don't know the rules, but over in Australia here, if you want to do constitutional reform, you actually have to put it to a referendum. In the UK, that doesn't seem to be the case. The government just says, "Hey, we're changing the constitution." I mean,
well, look, I think it's worth looking at. The Conservative leader was the Indian banker Rishi Sunak.
Yeah,
who was rejected at least twice, even by so-called Conservative Party members. They rejected him at least twice, but they just got rid of the Bank of England. Basically, got rid of Liz Truss who, not the brightest tool in the shed, but, I think she probably meant well.
I think she was
and replaced her with Rishi Sunak, who had been rejected twice, even by Conservative Party members. So the whole idea that this is a democracy is just nonsense, really.
Yeah, we're just going through the
No
motions.
one ever voted for Rishi Sunak to be Prime Minister. And then you look at the other numbers of brown and black people in the British Conservative, in air quotes, cabinet. And there were huge numbers, and that was started by the guy who resigned after the Brexit vote because he didn't think that we'd vote for Brexit. Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron.
He was the guy who started that because they started parachuting in women and gay people and black and brown people into every safe seat they could find, which is why you ended up with so many in the so-called Conservative Party cabinet.
Cameron was just an extension of Blair. Cameron was a Tory Blair. It was not very little difference.
100%. Yeah, agreed.
And that set the rot in, which has stayed with the Conservative Party. I mean, the Conservatives were riding the glory thing of Labour of trash things so badly. Excuse me. Labour of trash things so badly. Vote for us. And people voted reluctantly. I mean, the Northeast, those guys never voted Conservative. They voted them in, and all they got was more of the same. And they've just been, everyone's been waiting for the Conservatives to actually do something. Like you say, stop them tearing down statues, not stop actually sending boats out into the middle of the channel to pick up migrants, colonizers, I'd call them. Go and pick them up from the French Navy. Okay, we've got another couple of hundred guys here. Okay, we'll be out shortly. Transfer.
But I mean, even those small boats, as bad as they are, they're a drop in the bucket compared to the legal mass immigration, which is almost 1 million a year. And Britain is a relatively small set of islands. We can't take almost 1 million a year of completely alien people from all over the world every single year. Britain just cannot do that and survive as a reasonable country to live in.
Even if we had the room, I mean, still, why would you do that? No one, well, I won't say no one wants it. There's plenty of brainwashed idiots out there, but they're not a majority. The vast majority of people never wanted this. It was massively unpopular, and it was just thrown at us. I mean, if you remember Enoch Powell, after he made his speech, he got something like 60,000 letters written to him. Now, when did a politician in England ever get 60,000 letters? The post office had to put on a separate van just for his mail. It took him years to get through it, and that was so that just shows that the level of antipathy towards these policies. People hated it. And what happened? That was the reaction of the people. And what was the reaction of the politicians? They fired him. It's like, oh no, we're firing you for saying the most popular thing that's ever been said.
The best prime minister Britain never had. But absolutely.
Exactly. Well, wouldn't things have been a bit different if he'd have got him? But it wasn't to be.
He had huge support. My father was a big supporter of Enoch Powell, and also lots of union guys. Lots of Labour supporters were huge supporters of Enoch Powell, which of course the Labour Party conveniently forgets these days.
Well, the funny thing is his constituency was inner city, just north of Birmingham. What's that little town? What's it called?
Wolverhampton.
Wolverhampton, that's right. Inner city Wolverhampton. And he was to the far right of the Tory party, and he held that for, I think, 14 years. So he went through a number of general elections, and eventually he was never voted out. He resigned and told his constituents to vote Labour, because at the time the Conservatives under Heath had said that we're going to go into the EU, that what was then the EEC. And he looked through this. Everyone thought the EEC was a free trade zone. And Enoch Powell said, no. These people are actually going to make laws for you. Yep. And once you allow this is just the thin end of the wedge. This is the camel's nose in the tent. So he said, look, you got to stop this now. He said, I'm resigning, and I'm advising my constituents to vote Labour. Of course, once the Tories got in, they brought in the EEC, and when Labour got into power, they basically went along with it as well. As always happens, it's like they oppose it when they're in.
They're unified. Labour and Conservatives are unified with minor tax differences, and that's about it.
Yeah. No. Oh, look! When Thatcher got in, there was economically there was a big difference, and also to be fair to Thatcher, she was pretty good on immigration. I mean, there was immigration coming in, but it was very limited. It was far lower. I mean, when Blair got in, that it was all out the window. The doors were thrown wide open. He opened the doors to Poland. He told everyone that, hey, we're going to give Poles the right to come in. We estimate there'll be 13,000 Poles will come into England. There was over 1 million. So. All right, what have we got now? Gateshead is again in the northeast.
And Gateshead south. So again in the northeast. So familiar result, a safe Labour retain, but reform 17,000 votes. Reform second, and more than double the Conservatives on 4,500.
Almost very good for reform. Very good for reform.
This is mainly around Sunderland and Newcastle, the Geordie.
This is the old shipbuilding areas on the Tyne and all that kind of stuff.
Could this be repeated elsewhere in the north?
Possibly. I'll put money on it, yeah.
So what cities are we going to see reform in clear second?
Possibly Manchester, Liverpool. Depends, because some of them, like places like Bradford, don't have that many. Bradford's not going to vote reform because most of the people there are Pakistani origin. What was the joke about the mobs of raging Pakistanis were going around in Bradford killing every white person they could find, and they said the death toll might be as high as 2.
Dawn Browning in the chat is correct. This is Tim. You know Morgoth, who's been on my stream, and he's pretty well known in our circles. Newcastle is his area, and it is. It's this is his area, and Reform are coming in very, very clearly second, and not that far behind Labour. Really?
No. Yeah, but the northeast is very. I would say that it's will be the most nationalist area in England. I'd say that would be the strongest nationalist area. Whether he'll do as well in the other cities, I don't know, but we'll see. Our fingers are crossed.
This is the vote total for so far. So it has changed since. It's actually I should go to just in case I've got the wrong one here. So this is obviously it's very distorted. So Labour 47% vote share, Change of 4.4%. So Reform on 25%, that's plus 15%. The Conservatives 17%, down 21%. The Greens up 3%, and the Liberal Democrats down 1%. So that is basically Sunderland, the northeast. So the Tories have lost more. Like there's more coming off the Tories than are voting for Reform.
Yeah. I'd say that Labour are losing some votes to Reform as well. because those areas are also fairly strong Brexit areas.
Yeah.
And of course, never forget that Nigel Farage was absolutely the leading figure in the Brexit vote. So I think he is taking some votes off the Labour Party as well. It's not just coming off the so-called Conservatives.
But a lot of those guys up in the northeast, they were rusted on Labour voters. They'd never even dream of voting Conservative until after the Blairite Revolution. They just saw how badly they'd been betrayed, and they went to the Conservatives thinking that they would actually stop votes and cut immigration and get Brexit done and so forth. And it turned, and they've been completely backstabbed. And so those guys are going back to Labour. So there's going to be a lot of that now. And whether reform was there or not, that's going to be a big thing. But with reform there, he's taking a lot of those people that are voting reform. If Farage wasn't there, I'd say they'd be voting Labour. So.
Oh yeah, Labour. Yeah. If Farage wasn't in, the only difference would be in those areas we've had so far is that the Labour vote would have been bigger. Just because, there would have been a lot of the people who voted reform wouldn't have voted at all.
Yeah, they're saying on BBC, so the swing from Labour to reform was 7.7 in that Sunderland Central. So
that's quite a lot.
You've seen like so even though reform are not winning, the kind of are in that sense. So inevitably, when there's another election, let's say in 4 or 5 years' time, depending on when you think it's going to happen, yeah, I don't think these northeastern areas will be voting Labour the second time round. They'll be voting more reform, and the Tories will. I mean, I don't see the Tories really being able to. I mean, I'm surprised.
Oh, did we lose you there, mate?
I agree with you, Mitch. I think you're totally right, mate. I think we've lost you at the moment. Actually, Mitch, you're muted at the moment, mate, for some reason.
Yeah, I thought Tim was saying something for a second there, so I had to go mute for a bit. I don't know where Harry went.
So the hot takes have begun on the various networks. Do any of you follow the Politics UK Twitter X news account? Because that's got up to 232,000 followers. It's pretty, like, if there's a big poll or a big story or a big statement, then they tend to cover it. It's sort of a bit like the 6 News in Australia by that teenager Leonardo Puglisi. So they've got snippets of what's happening on the other networks. So Steve Baker says he will be swept away in this tsunami and accepts he will lose his seat in Wycombe. Andrea Leeds,
I was just going to say that's because in Wycombe there's a lot of Muslims there, so that's why he's going to lose his seat. Because
and Steve Baker was one of the better Conservative MPs, actually. But you know what? I have no sympathy for any of them. Zero.
No.
He was the main guy who convinced Farage to stand down back in 2019, and he calls himself a free market. He says he's on the free market left, so he's really gone down in the dumps for me. Like, he really deceived me.
Does free market left mean?
Yeah, I've never heard of it before. Free market. Where does the left come from?
I mean, it just shows she was because I mean, he deceived me for a bit during Brexit, because I thought he was a lot more right wing than he actually was. But it turns out,
back in those days, yeah, he was, yeah, or he gave that impression, anyway, for sure. But I have no sympathy. Got no sympathy for any of these so-called conservatives.
Andrea Leeds, who's retiring, who had a couple of cracks at the leadership, claims the Tories lost the election because they were too woke. Or there were various times where Rishi Sunak attempted to thump his chest and say, yes, we're going to stop immigration, reduce immigration, stop the boats. We know what a woman is, but nobody believed them anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all well and good to
Rishi
say.
Sunak didn't have a chest to thump. So, he doesn't have a chest to thump. He's like 5'2" or whatever he is, and an Indian banker who will be much better off in California than in Britain, which I'm sure is where he's going.
This was because I'll show some of the memes that have emerged during the campaign. You're all aware, you would know of that song "California Dreaming" by the Mamas and Papas in the 60s. This was one of the memes. "California Dreaming" helps Sunak on his way very tactically to
Well, I think whether Sunak wins or not, like if he gets his own seat, I guarantee he'll resign shortly afterwards and bugger off to wherever he's going.
100%.
So that's what they always do.
He will.
And that, I think that if you do that, I think you should have to pay for the by-election that you've created. That's my opinion. If you get elected,
his wife can afford it.
Oh yeah, his wife can certainly. He's married to the daughter of one of the richest men in that poo superpower that is India. So yeah, absolutely.
And his wife is not a British citizen.
No, never has been.
Is it just because I know that Farage has repeated that Rishi Sunak will be in California. Is there any like actual hard evidence that he'll be on his way quickly, or is it just sort of one of those memes that has actually taken on a life of its own?
I'm not sure there's much hard evidence, but I would be amazed if Sunak is not on his way within 6 months of the election.
Well, he's one of those people.
He has no real ties to Britain.
He's a nowhere person.
He shouldn't be British Prime Minister because he's got no real ties to Britain.
Yeah.
Well, he was born in the UK.
Nowhere people and somewhere people. He's a nowhere person. He'd be just at home in California or in Davos or in Mumbai or wherever. I don't think he has any real bonds with the British people. He hasn't shown any sign of that. Like you saw the meme, the thing he put up before, Tim, where he's talking about the celebrating Indian independence. He's like so proud of Indian independence. Well, good on him, fair enough. But why do you want someone like that as the Prime Minister of Britain? I mean, where's our Gandhi? It's like the Indians threw off the palms because it's like we don't want people who look different than us to be ruling over us. And everyone says, well, that's fair enough. And what have we got now?
I would say, what's the chances of a white Englishman becoming the Prime Minister of India now? I would say 0, basically.
Yeah. Always has been.
So why should we do the reverse?
Exactly. Yeah. Why is the Scottish First Minister, what's he, Humza Yousaf?
He's gone now.
Scottish, yeah, thank God, yeah. But I mean, when he's up there, he's complaining that all these people in leading Scotland are all white. It's like, yeah, well, who are all the people leading Pakistan? There's no Chinese.
They're kind of Pakistani, aren't they? Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. They look fairly dark to me. It's pretty good sometimes, but but they come over here and expect that we should have everyone in the world on our and this was what we covered a lot in the book, Anglophobia. It's like all these people are like, yeah, we should be allowed to have our own nationalism and our own pride in our own countries. And we're like, well, yeah, sure, absolutely. But what about us? The Anglo people should be allowed to too. It's
given we're talking about the Antipodes because we're down under. the Maori people arrived in New Zealand, I don't know, 15 or 1600s, maybe.
Yeah.
And yet they're regarded as indigenous.
And eight
they're
the people
regarded
who were
as
there.
indigenous, you know. Whereas the even the Anglos in the Anglo-Celtic people were definitely there in the at the very latest, the 600s. So I mean, you know, it's craziness.
Yeah, it does. South Africa, these histories are always hidden. I mean, South Africa, everyone in this day, and I assumed this, that the English turned up and that it was full of black people, you know. Actually, the Boers turned up 500 years ago, and there were no, the blacks weren't there. It was the Khoisan were there, who were kind of the yellow.
Yeah, no, absolutely, mate. Yeah, absolutely. The first white South Africans from the Dutch East India Company turned up in South Africa, in Cape Town, in 1652, which is like even before most of the people started moving to America, for example. And there were no black people there. There were, as you rightly said, the Khoisan, who the black guys wiped out everywhere they arrived.
Yeah,
including
if you look on the British Australian community on X or whatever, we just had an amazing interview on that. So I'm really up on some of the history of that stuff. If you check that out, you'd probably enjoy that, Duke.
I will check it out. I lived in South Africa for 15 years, so yeah, I'm interested in that stuff. But yeah. Absolutely correct, mate. When the first white South Africans, who are the basis of the Afrikaner people now, arrived in South Africa in 1652, there were no Bantu tribes there. There were only the Khoisan. Yeah. The Bantu themselves, the guys who are now considered to be the black Africans, they themselves migrated from Central and East Africa down the east coast of Africa into South Africa, and they hadn't arrived there when the first Dutch settlers arrived.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So all these histories are stolen from us or hidden from us, and they're always blackwashing our history and making us they do everything to make us look as bad as they can. So. Anyway, I think people are starting to just get this is starting to twig. I think the internet's been great for this because previously we only had unless you're an academic, you didn't really have access to a lot of this information. And with the demise of the mainstream media and the rise of smaller channels like ours, people are now a subset of people are able to access this stuff. Anyone's able to access it, but obviously most people are more interested in watching women dance on TikTok or what you're having for dinner on Instagram or something. So
sadly,
yeah.
But
I would also say that the freedom to find what's really happening has been saved with Elon Musk buying Twitter, now X, because after 2016 with Brexit and Trump being elected weren't meant to happen, all of the platforms, they completely changed their algorithms so mainstream media would turn up at the top. It was the end of the golden era of their internet, but that's all changed now. So I've been able to bring my audience especially all of this mementum stuff, which is all excellent, because Twitter X is so open now, and you can find what's actually happening.
Absolutely, it's been a game changer. I mean, a lot of people were a bit sus on Elon Musk. I'm not saying he's perfect, but really, the difference he's made has been huge, absolutely huge. Opening up Twitter, and as we've always said, we don't need a monopoly. Our opponents need an absolute monopoly over the media and over information to get through their stuff, to force this stuff through and indoctrinate people. All we need is a voice. we don't need a monopoly. We just need a voice, and then from that it can start to spread out. So yeah, Elon has been a huge game changer. Absolutely.
It's still very difficult. My 99 Iron Duke channel on YouTube been going 3 years, I'd say, and I'm on about, I don't know, 1,000, nearly 800 subscribers, because YouTube does not recommend it to anyone because it's the right way channel.
All of the Unshackled channels, this one that we're on now and my Wilms Front channel, which I air my own programs on, they've been massively suppressed for years now in terms of...
the only way, Tim, that you get new subscribers is if other people advertise you in our own sphere, you know? So, like, if you advertise me, I'll get a few subscribers that way. If I advertise you, you'll get a few subscribers that way. But we don't get any like people who just are recommended it on YouTube, because YouTube will not recommend our channels to anyone, basically.
I notice it does recommend that if you watch channels regularly, so obviously there's individual Brits who, well, you wouldn't say they're independent. They're dissidents on the outside. So Katie Hopkins, Andrew Lawrence, the comedian. Have you watched his things?
Yeah. But they are what we tend to call counter jihad, that sort of story. Those guys, to some degree, do get recommended. But if you're not that, if you're not absolutely in line with the state of Israel, for example, and don't get me wrong, like, I'm pretty neutral about Israel, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's our concern. I'm not pro-Palestinian. I'm not pro-Israeli. I reckon if they want to kill themselves, each other, let them go and do it. But I'm not pro either of those two peoples. But if you adopt that position, you'll find you don't get a lot of recommendations. You know, surprisingly.
Like we see it with we've done some really successful videos. They've gone great on Twitter. And like we'll have at least 10 times more. We started going really well on YouTube. We were getting what you'd almost call viral. It was like taking off. It would be like nearly 10,000 views in like half a day. And then all of a sudden they twigged, and it was like, it just like shut down. And now the video, we'll get like 10, 12, 15,000 on Twitter or X, and 320 on YouTube. Like I say, they just don't recommend it, their algorithms. But between what we find best is Twitter, Telegram a little bit, and TikTok. We've actually had a fair bit of success with TikTok. TikTok doesn't. We had one video. We got 350,000 views. We got up to, I think, 150, and they cancelled us. And then we appealed it, and they put us back on, and then it started to build back up to 350, and then they shut us down. But yeah, TikTok's not too bad. Better than YouTube. Anyway.
Not
hard. Mitch shared this on your Discord channel, which I've just brought over to here. That's interesting. Even the Remain seats, Reform has still got a huge surge in the vote.
Not much of a surge in the Labour vote there, Tim, if you look at it.
In both Remain or Leave seats. I think, but look at I think the Greens are going to do well.
Yeah, relatively.
Like the Greens in Australia, they've pandered to basically the single issue pro-Palestine Muslims. That councillor who was elected who shouted Allah Akbar, he was a Green.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's really good for the environment, right?
I mean, it's great for the environment that you put up these great big, massive wind turbines that kill thousands of birds every year.
I'm bringing millions of immigrants. Yeah, the whole thing's absurd. I believe that the Green Party in Australia started almost immediately after the Communist Party shut down, just after the wall came down.
That's not true, because it started. It's the Tasmanian Party that was in the 80s with the Franklin Dam. So it was a genuine environmentalist party back then, and it was mainly centric with Bob Brown and then Christine Milne. But then you had the communists join after, such as Lee Rhiannon and Adam Bandt. He did a PhD on rethinking Marx.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just me, but I would think that most wildlife, most little animals and birds and all this kind of stuff, would really prefer us to have a few nuclear power stations rather than these gigantic bird shredding wind turbines, to say nothing of the solar farms. And the big solar farms, no wildlife can live in that area. It's just impossible because they're covered in these solar panels.
Well, in my previous life, I worked as a pipe welder, and I used to be, my sort of hunting grounds was big power stations, oil refineries, so I worked in a lot of coal-fired power stations. I was a pipe welder, a squillion pipes in the power station. So, and one thing I can tell you, those big power stations are incredibly, they're super efficient, and anything that comes out out the chimney, what they do, they have these things called baghouses that takes out all of the soot and all of the rubbish. So all that really is coming out of a power station, for the most part, is water vapor and carbon dioxide. Now it's pretty hard to demonize water vapor. So what do? Well, they demonize carbon dioxide. We've got to shut them down because of carbon dioxide. It's like, really?
Well, I mean, look, leaving aside everything that you say, which I'm sure is true, if you shut down 5 Australian coal-fired power stations and 10 or 12 British coal-fired power stations, while at the same time China is building like 100 every year, there is absolutely no point to doing that. It's pointless, I mean, and then of course India's building 50 a year, and Indonesia is building 30 a year. So it doesn't matter how much you reduce, even if you think human emissions are a big deal, which of course they're not really, I don't think. But even if you think that they are, the shutting down the Australian and British stuff does absolutely sweet FA compared to the stuff that China, India, Indonesia, and other places are building. It's completely pointless.
And yet you never see Greta Thunberg protesting outside the Chinese or the Indian embassy. Have you noticed that?
No, of course not, because they didn't want to make those guys poor. They want to make us poor.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. As far as I can see, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like, to me, it just seems that it's not. If they really were trying to, if they were really concerned, like I remember with the Kyoto thing, when it first really kicked in, and my thought was, well, if you were really felt that the world was going to hell in a handcart because of these emissions, then you would say, right, everyone has to start cutting down right now.
Yep.
And what they did instead was say, no, the Western world has to stop, but the billions of people in the third world just get an absolute pass, open slather, build as many power stations as you want. It's like,
And if you want to know the truth of that, look at your power bills now compared to 5 years ago.
It's insane.
Yeah,
It's just insane.
Australia used to have pretty cheap energy, really.
Used
Australian
to have pretty
energy
cheap
bills, Australian energy bills used to be quite low because Australia is rich in coal and fairly rich in oil and gas and all the rest of it. But no, we've shut all that down and we're putting bird shredding wind turbines all over the place, and we're covering the land.
Meanwhile, we're digging up all that coal at an expanded rate and shipping it all to India and China.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly.
Well, that really helps the atmosphere. Yeah.
I've got another. Sorry to interrupt. There's another, but this will get us another conversation, another hot take from conservative Ben Spencer. Does anyone know who he is? Over on Sky News UK.
No.
Okay, so he said, I say to people who support reform, if you, like me, are against racism, you're against bigotry, and you're against misogyny, and you think we should stand up to Putin, there's a place for you in the Conservative Party.
So he's basically a total left-winger then, is what I'd say to that. Tim.
Come and join the
He's a
Conservatives.
left-wing guy. He's not in any way, shape, or form a conservative. He's a left-winger.
So, and there's plenty of room for you in the Conservative Party. So in other words, that tells you to go and vote reform, which is pretty sad.
Exactly. The Conservatives, the lesson the Conservatives are going to learn from this election is they need to go more left-wing. And in some ways, if you're a reform supporter like myself, that's a good thing, because they will not see the real lesson is they weren't really conservative at all, which is why people have rejected them.
And haven't Conservative Campaign HQ, haven't they stacked safe seats with all these lefties?
Oh, yeah. Mitch, carry on, mate.
I was going to say, you know about Alicia Kearns' woman that AI has talked about?
Oh, yes. Wasn't she the one that said, don't forget the T in LGBT?
Yeah, she's got the safest Tory seat you can imagine in Rutland, which is like 32,000 or something. So even under the most zero seats environment, she's still going to keep her seat, unfortunately. And yeah, it's fortunate for us in the sense that, well, people like her just going to tilt the party even further to the left, which just, I just don't see the Tories.
Isn't she the lesbian? Mitch, isn't she the lesbian woman? I think she is.
I'm assuming she is because she's insufferably fat. So I'm assuming she is.
Yeah. Okay.
The DEI seems to be greater under the Conservatives, not just racial, but also sexual proclivities, to use Bob Katter's expression. Obviously, there's a lot of Tory MPs who, well, on the surface, live heterosexually, but there's always been rumors about them.
Yeah, public school boys.
I mean, there's been.
I don't think it's even that anymore. I mean, I think these days it's more like bisexual women, which is like most women, but you know.
Though there hasn't been a female sex scandal yet. One of the things that
what would you have to do to make a female sex scandal? Well, Tim, I don't know. You'd have to be pretty wild to make a female sex scandal.
Obviously, the Conservative sex scandals throughout the past term, they've all been men. Started with Matt Hancock getting handy with his cock with his staffer. And then there was Neil Parish, the MP who, a Conservative MP, looked at porn, and the House of Commons said he was looking at tractors. But then there was Chris Pincher, who was pinching men on the bottom. That was the last sex scandal. That was the trigger for Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid to stab Boris Johnson in the back. But the sex scandals continued under Rishi Sunak. There was Peter Bone, who allegedly showed his naked boner to a staffer in a Madrid hotel. And then there was William Ragg, who sent a photo of his cock to a blackmail on Grindr, and then gave the number of 12 of his colleagues, and then 2 of them sent their cocks to the
Oh my god!
to the blackmailer as well. So there's actually two Tory.
Tim, I'd never heard of some of these, but honestly, the gay ones are just cringe.
And also the names as well: Hancock, Pincher, and Bone.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I mean, just like, look, I'm an old bastard, all right? I was born in 1965. I'm a very old bastard, all right? I've never sent a dick pic to anyone, including a girl, because you just don't do that because it's not something girls like. The idea that MPs do things like this is just insane to me. It's just insane. Yeah.
Every time there was this sex scandal, there was this one of the more famous Little Britain characters, which is obviously that show is considered very racist and transphobic now, but it's still one of the best British comedies of the 21st century. One of the characters was Sir Norman Fry MP, who would be outside of his manor with his wife and children, and he'd always be in gay sex scandals, and his response would be, "My clothes accidentally fell off. I went into the cubicle with the men to talk about government policy. I accidentally took a photo of myself naked, and it found its way onto gaydar." And so pretty much I always just go to that whenever there was a sex scandal, most recent comments.
There was a time, Tim, where if a British minister was discovered to have a mistress, he would have to resign, just have to. No choice. Gone. Like, we're so far away from that now. It's incredible.
Well, Boris, I'm not sure if he was Prime Minister or running for Prime Minister. He was cheating on his previous wife with his current wife, Carrie Simons, and she performed fellatio on him in Westminster. Boris Johnson is a serial philanderer like Donald Trump. And
I
it's
will
just
be
considered
honest, Tim. Let me be honest here. All right, I am less concerned that Boris Johnson got a blowjob in Westminster than that he went across to Ukraine and stopped a peace deal, which would have probably had, I don't know, something towards 1 million men alive today who are now dead. You know, that's what Boris Johnson really did, which is disgusting. Because as Nigel Farage correctly said, you know, we, as in NATO and the European Union and the West, we started the war in Ukraine because Russia invaded to stop Western missiles and weapons being right on their border. And you know what? If the Chinese or the Russians were going to put missiles in Canada or Mexico, I guarantee you that America would invade those places. Guaranteed. No doubt whatsoever.
Well, look at the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was the same thing. So.
100%, mate. Yep, 100%. Totally.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that, Duke. Lots of people and maybe lots of men do have affairs. Does that mean that they're not good politicians? I mean, it's a stain on the character for sure. But
yeah,
I didn't have someone who was a little bit of a philanderer, but a great leader who did great things for his people, than someone who was absolutely upright and never looked at another woman and in his married life, but was a complete disaster.
Or you can have Alexander Johnson. His name's not Boris, never was Boris. No one in his family calls him Boris. His name's Alexander Johnson. You can have Alexander Johnson, who is a complete arsehole in terms of getting people killed, and he's also a philanderer. So you can have both,
the worst of both worlds, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the two don't necessarily go together, I would say.
No,
I just don't.
No.
Yeah. Whereas politics this day, everyone's like, oh, if someone's cheated on his wife, then that's obviously, like he's not fit to lead the country. And there's all the, meanwhile, if you're opposed to, as you say, what was the term Tim used, sexual proclivities, then you're obviously, you've got to be thrown out well because you're not on board with the LGBTQ thing. It's all just everything's, this guy, Alan Jones just got, absolutely trounced for, it turns out he was, or they claimed that he was soliciting guys in a toilet or something. And meanwhile, we're in the age where LGBTQ is just everyone's, we've got to celebrate LGBTQ or not, but not if Alan Jones does it, it's just, the whole hypocrisy of the whole thing is just.
Yeah, look, as soon as you remove that thing, you remove that stop, the slippery slope is so real, and it always ends up at your kids, basically. It ends up at your children. They want your children.
Yeah.
As soon as you remove that stop. Like, I'm sure you remember that, when we had the referendum on same-sex marriage, I voted no, because it is a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if two gay guys live together. I don't like it. But if they do that and they want to, okay. They don't need to be able to get married. I'm sorry, they don't.
I was the same. I saw it immediately. Saw it as a slippery slope. It was like, why are they pushing for this? There was no reason for it. It was like this big thing, and like you notice that in the vote, there was I think only 2 MPs that abstained, which I think one of them was Tony Abbott. Every other single MP voted for it, but meanwhile, in the population, it was fairly split. There was about 50-50, and they sprung it. It was really done in a dirty way. It was like, hey, we're having a vote in 2 weeks. And it's not binding, but and of course once I had the vote, I said yes, then of course it went through.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, man. It's always a slippery slope, and at the bottom of that slippery slope is always your children. That's what they're after. That's what they've been working towards for like decades now.
Yeah.
That's what they want. And if we don't realize that sooner rather than later, we are all going to be shocked fairly soon.
Yeah. No, I agree completely. My daughter she's 17 and a half now, so she was going through primary school when all this was going on. I went down to the primary school to talk to a teacher who was a fairly attractive lady, and my daughter was telling me, oh yeah, she's talking to us about gay marriage, and she said, okay, you can believe what you want, but I just think it's a nice thing. I went to see her. I said, why are you talking about this? These kids are primary school. I was like, look, I think she was engaged, or she got married, so she wasn't LGBTQ herself or outwardly, and she's telling the kids, she's talking to primary school kids about this. What the hell? Why are you talking about?
Look, my honest opinion on this is no child under about 12 needs to know anything about sex whatsoever. If they're under
Yeah.
12 years old, they don't need to know about that.
No.
Let them be children.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said to her. I said, look, I don't care what your views are. I said, don't give us stuff. I said, but leave the kids alone. Just leave them out. It's just not relevant to them. And since then, my daughter's told me more about it. The way she was, like, there was one girl there in the class who was a little bit, she's a little bit of a slow learner, you'd say, and she was a bit, sort of, I guess, kind of a little bit autistic, sort of on the scale sort of thing. And just normal, nice kid, but a little bit behind the rest. And she was like, oh, talking about, the gay thing. And this girl was like, ew, that sounds, ew, yuck. Girls kissing girls, ew. And she was, and this teacher was shaming her, and then shaming all the other kids. She was like, she made them all. She said, if anyone's against it, put your hand up, and you can explain to the class why you're against this. It's like, so she's basically, like, shaming the whole class into it. And this has happened, under the Conservatives have not fought back against this stuff, and that's one of the reasons.
Although again, Rishi Sunak says we're going to ban teaching gender ideology. This is
14 years into our term. 14 years into our term.
And I know that there's the conservative shills in the so-called British right-wing media, such as Talk TV. I mean, the worst is Julia Hartley-Brewer. She eats all of this up. All of this, what the conservatives claim that they're going to do on gender ideology and protect single-sex spaces.
Tim, Julia Hartley-Brewer, let me think. That's the girl who became famous for showing her cleavage off as a supposed, in air quotes, right-wing person. That's who you're talking about, isn't it?
Does she show her cleavage on air?
She used to. That's how she became well known.
For many years, but she's one of Talk TV's. Well, it's not Talk TV anymore because nobody watched it. It's Talk Stream now. The worst, and obviously it's a Zionist network as well. The worst is that James Whale, or Land Whale as I call him, is always co-hosting with that bearded guy who doesn't say much. They just have on these pro-Palestine people to just yell and berate them. It's so just done for, it's done for just basically clickbait, outrage. Hopefully this goes viral if we just yell at them.
I just love being neutral on the Israel-Palestine thing because, you know what? I don't want women and kids to be killed on either side. I don't.
Me either. Whether it's in Gaza or Ukraine.
I'm a civilized man. I don't want women and children killed on either side. But really, at the end of the day, I don't care if the Israelis and the Palestinians want to kill each other. Let them do it. It's not my business. And I don't want one single British or Australian young guy to have to go over there and get killed because of that. Not one.
Well, just to let you know, I visit the post office. I have a separate business. So I post stuff out daily, and so I know the guys there. And just before Christmas, was it? I think there was queues out the door because I also happen to live near a huge army base, and there was queues out the door of the post office. All these army guys in getting passports, and they were all on their way to Egypt. It was never in the news, but there was a hell of a lot. There's a hell of a lot of Australian soldiers have gone over to Egypt, or they went over. And whether they're still there, I don't know. But so they don't tell you this stuff.
They shouldn't be there. They should not be there. It's not Australia's business. It's not Britain's business. If Israel wants to fight everyone around them, why is that our business? It's not.
Yeah, but we always get dragged in anyway. So.
Yeah. Then we had Rishi Sunak. What he announced, because there's the pro-Palestine protests in London every weekend, like there is in Melbourne and Sydney. And he announced that we're going to get crack down on these extreme protesters, and this is why I was glad that George Galloway won the Rochdale by-election. He is projected to lose Rochdale because remember Rishi Sunak's emergency press conference because George Galloway won a Democratic vote, and George Galloway called Rishi Sunak out saying, like, look, he's going to use the pro-Palestine protests to crack down on all our civil liberties.
Tim, could I just say to you, Mitch is pointing out in the chat, there's been 2 more results.
Yep, I can bring those out on the screen.
Yeah. Before that, there was Gateshead Central before that.
When can we expect the sort of avalanche of votes of
any time now? It's gonna increase very soon, Jim. But if you look above that one you've just highlighted, there's also Gateshead Central, which is another Newcastle seat.
Yeah, I think we already looked at that one.
Yeah, and then you've got Cramlington, which is the next one. Very soon you're going to start getting more than you can keep up with, I suspect.
Yeah. Just going back to while we've got a moment, just going back to that last point, Keir Starmer became a member of the parliamentarian groups Labour Friends of Israel and Labour Friends of Palestine and the Middle East.
What a surprise.
His wife Victoria is Jewish.
Yeah,
isn't
I believe so.
He says that it's been a big sort of last week thing that he's going to reserve the Friday night 6 p.m., which is the Jewish Sabbath for family time, unless obviously there's some sort of national emergency that he needs to attend to. Then he'll.
I wonder if he's a member of the Friends of England or Britain parliamentarian group. I suspect not. I always thought it was a little off the way that who was the last Labour leader, Corbyn. He was the most anti. There was no enemy of Britain that he wasn't friends with. If you were an enemy of Britain, he was your best mate. And eventually he got thrown out because he was anti-Semitic.
I think he was. For what it's worth, I think Corbyn was more honest.
Yeah, I think
he was more honest,
more autistic
than
he just had the filter.
Starmer is.
Yeah, of course, and that's
why. Let us remember, like for British people, Starmer under Blair and Brown. Starmer was the director of public prosecutions. And the reason Starmer got made Sir Keir Starmer was because he made damn sure that the many immigrants, mainly Pakistanis, who were involved in the grooming gang scandal, and let's be honest here, the grooming gang scandal was actually a child rape scandal.
Yeah,
Starmer got made a Sir because he made sure that as few as possible of those Pakistani immigrants were prosecuted, and let alone sent to jail. So, yeah, that's my view. Anyway,
this is the Cramington and Killingworth results. A lot of Australians, I've noticed, how come you have like two names for your seats? I mean, in Australia, it's just I think the only seat that we have, it's hyphened Kingsford Smith because it's named after Charles Kingsford Smith. But you name your seats after two towns.
England is so small and it's so concentrated that you know like a single electorate will cover 2 different towns. You know. That would be the reason.
And they get changed all the time. I mean, like Kingsford Smith in Australia is a great Australian aeronautical guy, if I remember correctly. Isn't that right, Tim?
Yeah, aviator. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great aviator, isn't he?
He was Charles Kingsford Smith Airport.
Yeah. But in Britain, they've changed them so often. Like, they've been changed time after time after time because they get expanded. And of course, the more mass immigration you get, the more these towns almost join up. You know, it's not like, even like Victoria, where like there are reasonable spaces between towns. In Britain, there aren't. The suburbs merge, you know, because it's such a small place, you know. Like the whole of Britain, I think you could fit most of Britain into Victoria, you know, let alone Australia. You could fit most of it into Victoria.
Yeah, and as a population,
in terms of actual land area.
Yeah, and the population's 4 times that of Australia. It's amazing.
Yep. Hugely bigger population in not even, I don't know, probably 12% of Australia's land area, something like that. Although, of course, you know, a lot of the middle of Australia is desert or semi-desert, but even so, you know, Australia is roughly the size of America minus Alaska, whereas Britain, I think you could fit most of Britain into Victoria, to be honest.
Yeah, the difference is massive. You know, you can see it when you come from England. You come here. You know, it's like, you know, you're looking at the map. You're like, oh, I might go and visit this place, and they're like, well, that's actually a 3,000-mile drive, so you better set a punch. You know, it's yeah, it's really even the cities. I found them much more spread out. Like Melbourne. I made the mistake of cycling across Melbourne to work one morning, thinking that, after looking at the map, thinking, oh, it's just on the other side, so it shouldn't take me too long. And it was about 40 kilometers or something.
Are you a cyclist, Harry?
No, not at all. But I just arrived in Australia, and I got a job straight off the plane. And the guy said, look, you got to work Saturday in Dandenong. I lived in Williamstown. You know this, Williamstown. And I was working in Clayton. And he said, look, on Saturday, you got to be in Dandenong at such a time. And the trains weren't running at that time. I looked at the map, thought, oh, I could cycle. Like one of the guys in this shared house I was in had a bike. I borrowed his bike and cycled. I said, I don't know. It must have took me about 3 or 4 hours or something to get there. So I turned up ridiculously late. And the guy, he was really pissed off. He said, why are you so late? He's 2 hours late. I said, I just cycled from Williamstown. I didn't realize it was going to take that long. He said, what? You cycle from Williamstown? He said, go and sit down and have a cup of tea. So yeah, it's just like yeah, insane. Yeah.
No, I got over that. I used to live on the Central Coast, like a little bit north of Sydney, with my girl when I first moved here. But we sold up there, and we bought a Toyota Hilux, like 4x4, and we took our little Jack Russell dog, and we went right up through the middle of Australia. Well, actually, we went down south a bit and then up through the middle. Went up to Darwin, and then we went right across the top end, and we ended up on Thursday Island in the Torres Strait. And like, we spent 6 months doing that. So, you know, it's a big place. It really is a big place.
Yeah. Those are huge drives, eh? Yeah.
But it was cool. It was a really interesting drive, you know, like we saw obviously like red kangaroos and camels and dingoes and it was really cool. It was a great drive.
Yeah, a long ways, long distances, just drive and drive and drive. Amazing.
Even though we've had
bit like being at sea sometimes, because like the horizon was all around you as far as you could see. So it was a bit like that. But yeah, like the outback Australia, wow, you can see why people die there. because
Oh,
you've got to have water and fuel and stuff, and if you don't have it, you will die for sure.
Whereas in the UK, like from I say I'm in Manchester, like for me it's about 40 minutes to live to central Liverpool, which is both Manchester and Liverpool are cities with the worst cities, sort of the size of Melbourne practically, in numbers, and the a short hop away is it's far closer than Brisbane is to the Gold Coast. It's just ridiculous.
True enough. True enough.
Even though we've only got 9 seats that have been declared all Labor, the initial analysis is that Reform is overperforming compared to, what the polls were saying. So we can be a bit optimistic. Obviously, Reform hasn't even hasn't had a seat declared yet, but it looks like you're right, Iron Duke, that like the Brexit referendum exit poll, if Reform can get, say, over 20 and the Tories go under 100, then that would be the most welcome result.
100%. 100%.
The Japgas says, I'm incredibly black-pilled about the result. How can the Tories possibly get 130 seats? I assume that means it was too high in that exit
Hopefully
poll.
they won't get that. I really hope the so-called conservatives, in air quotes, do not get 130 seats.
I was hello everyone. I'm back, but I was listening to on the BBC of all that they had this. I think her name is Davidson Debonair or something. She was like one of these like young, younger than me actually. There was a Conservative MP. She was standing down, but she her logic is basically, well, the Conservatives have been in there for 14 years. But a lot of them, they just cannot figure out why people have turned their back and why they're voting Reform on such a scale. I mean, she went on like a complete diatribe about the sewer situation, saying, "Oh yeah, but the country's always had poor sewage. Has always had poor sewage." And then I was like screaming at the television, like, "You daft bint! It's not that at all. It's the numbers of
It's
people
not
who've been coming in."
immigration. It's not immigration. Honestly, it ain't.
Maybe if we can get the trains to run on time, then maybe they'll vote for us. It's like
it's not mass immigration. Of course, it's not. Your town or village being destroyed before your eyes. It's not that. No, of course, it's not that.
I mean, you joke about getting the trains run on time. I mean, every halfwit online is now like they're saying, this is fascism in the UK. 13 seats for Reform, or the Tories are fascist. The usual accounts that say Tory fascism. To be honest, I kind of wish they were, because at least then, if it was a fascistic regime, at least the infrastructure would work properly.
The trains would run on time. Yeah. Well, I was shocked. I'll give you an example. When I went back to the UK, and this was a few years ago, I think it was about 2016-ish or something like that. And I was actually going to interview Tommy Robinson, and it fell through in the end. But I was going to drive down from Manchester. I did interview him. If you look up on YouTube, eventually, it wasn't that time. It fell through that time. But I interviewed him up in Manchester. And I was going to go down to Luton and then and carry on down to London to visit friends there. And I used to travel a lot in the UK by motorbike mostly, or sometimes by car. And Manchester to London was usually, you used to say 3 hours. If you were lucky, if there wasn't much traffic, you do it in a little bit under 3 hours. And I set off about 4:35 in the morning. And I got there about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, because I got onto the M6. This is like 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's like, oh, there's a bridge on the verge of collapse, and we've had to shut the M6 now. If anyone knows the M6, And there's England, and M6 is like the main artery that goes right up the middle. It's like the biggest motorway in the country. It's just like, oh yeah, we've just shut it down. And it was just like, go and figure it out, guys. Off you get here. So the entire M6, which is like 3 lanes of chockers, 3 lanes, all came off into Stoke, which is a little town just north, between Manchester and Birmingham. And from there, you had to go to where you were going. It's just, and like, of course, your sat nav's telling you to get back on the motorway, so your sat nav doesn't work. You haven't got a bloody a book. I had to sort of figure my way, and the whole of Stoke was like a giant car park because the whole of the M6 has been diverted into it. Oh man, I just couldn't believe this. And when I told friends about this, I was like, I couldn't believe it. And they're like, you what? You're going to drive from Manchester to London? Why would you do that? And I was like, well, that's what I always used to do. I used to just jump on the motorway and went straight there. And now it's just the whole of the services and everything are just falling to pieces. The whole country's crumbling, not surprisingly. I mean, the National Health Service is just the International Health Service. When we were there, my daughter she was quite young, she was about 2 or 3 years old, and she got a temperature. It was getting a bit high, and we were concerned, so we rushed down to the hospital. And actually, they had a quick look at her, but by the time we got there, the temperature had dropped off again. So they had a look over, checked her over, and everything like that. And then my wife, who was actually she was an Asian girl, and she was like, right, where do we pay? I was like, pay? Like there isn't, you don't pay. We went into museums. It's like, no, it's free. All the museums are free. Well, there's no such thing as free. This is the problem with England, that all the English people bought into this lie that there's such a thing as free. There is no such thing. Somebody has to pay. It's just like, no, it's free for you. You're not going to have to pay. We're going to get someone else to pay. Oh, great.
Well, I'll tell you, Harry, I went back to UK a few years ago now, because my son was passing out of Britannia Royal Navy College. He was becoming an officer in the Royal Navy.
Right.
And that was great. One of the proudest days of my life, okay? But I made the mistake of going to London, where I was born. And I used to live literally 5 minutes walk from the south side of Tower Bridge. Literally, I could walk to Tower Bridge in 5 minutes on the south side of the river, the other side from the Tower of London.
Waterloo or somewhere, or Elephant?
No, it was Southwark and Bermondsey, basically.
Yeah.
So I could walk there in 5 minutes, and I made the mistake of going after my son's passing out parade. I thought, let's go and check this out, because I hadn't been there for I don't know, 25 years or something. So I went there to check it out, and there were all the old warehouses along the Thames, which when I was there, many of them were still working more or less as warehouses, were now turned into flats for very rich middle class people who wanted a river view. And everywhere else was just blacks and Asians. There were no white people at all. Which is why all of the supposed Cockney Londoners are all now living in Essex. Amongst them, many of the guys who are going to vote for Nigel Farage in Clacton. So,
they reckon the Cockney accent.
London is not a British or an English city anymore at all. The
Cockney accent is disappearing. Within 15 years, it'll be probably gone.
Yeah, it's pretty gone. It is. Whereas my father used to know a lot of Cockney rhyming slang. My dad, who was born in 1933, he knew loads of Cockney rhyming slang.
Tip on, and it's like
exactly.
I mean, we've all seen these old clips go around on Twitter and YouTube and places like that of London, or even other towns and cities in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, even at a time, especially in the 30s, when you had the aftermath of like the Wall Street crash and all the economic problems then. Even the 79, the winter of discontent and the economic problems then, and you look at Britain then, one thing you could still say in all of that is it was still British. It was still overwhelmingly homogenous to the native civilization and culture.
In the 70s, it was overwhelmingly British. I remember going, the first time I ever went to London was in the 70s and came from Manchester. I was actually shocked. I was quite proud. It was like driving through London. It was beautiful, and it was like so wealthy compared to Manchester. It was, and it was very. I mean, there were sections that weren't so much, but overwhelmingly these areas were white areas, and it was an English city, and it was huge. I mean, it made up, I think, something like at the time probably around the sixth of the population of England was Britain, and so London itself was a massive part of England, and it was English.
Not anymore.
I mean, last time I went to London, I was on a coach actually, and we were coming through. We were south of the river. It was an old power station, and it had been
Battersea Power Station. I worked on that. Yeah, when they were changing it.
Yeah, it's and at that time they've built like luxury flats around it.
Yeah.
But there was one particular one. The flats are like proper skyscrapers, and to the extent is if you ever see that black and white film Metropolis, it is shockingly like it's a 1920s one. It's basically like a futuristic robotic dystopia. It's one of those dystopian films, but a lot of dystopian films taking inspiration from that particular. But when you look at it, the one of the coach drivers said, "Oh yeah, this property is owned by like Russian. This is like owned by an Arab. This is owned by some like fun." And they're just going through it, and he said something very interesting. He looked at the tower and he goes, "London's own little Tower of Babel, or Babel, however you want to pronounce it." And it's like, yeah, and this was like at the start. This was before I was a bit, before I had all the political awakening. But even then, I went into London, and there was just something about it that was just so alien and out of place. Like, I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't. You had the obvious of like the ethnic foreigners and all that, but there was something else about it that was just wrong. And yeah, I mean, as you said, a lot of it, the worst of this has happened under this government, the Tory government, and
true.
I think Blair kicked it off in the biggest way.
100%.
Before Blair came in, that was there was immigrants and there was immigration, but when Blair came in, he actually said in a meeting apparently, we're going to rob the right's nose in diversity. It was a deliberate ploy, a deliberate policy to bring in to basically change the country so that the Tories could never get back in. Now, basically, the Tories got back in, but he rigged it so that they couldn't do anything. Even when the Tories were in, he'd changed the constitution so that they couldn't change anything back. I mean, and the migrants.
Well, they could have changed things, but they never did.
I think that they could. I think that they could have. Yeah, if they had have.
But they never even tried.
Well, the kill switch that was put in place to prevent it was, of course, the Supreme Court, and that was there to really.
But why couldn't they have got rid of that AI? Why could they not have said we're going? Because that was a completely artificial imposition on the British Constitution.
Yeah, they could have done, and they could have done, and I think Cummings. I think I remember Cummings was sort of advocating for it at the time.
Which is what they should have done. They should have said, no, we're going to get rid of this. This is not British. It's got nothing to do with the British Constitution. But they didn't do it.
Conservatives have not been smart.
The Conservatives are not conservative. They're a uni party with Labour. And remember, this was Cameron. Cameron was a disciple of Blair.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, I mean, I also would say that two things that Cameron did to really, like, you know, I guess you could say, sort of show off his true qualities, was he changed the selection process to force diversity in the party, and also the other big thing, which I like to bring to attention every now and then because it's largely forgotten, was the same-sex marriage. Because if people who weren't aware,
100%.
a good chunk of the Conservative Party, I think it was actually a third of members quit over that, and now on a historic level, people tend to forget that because it wasn't covered in the media at the time. But if you look at, I think it was polling done by Matt Goodwin or someone at the Times, did actually a survey of members before and after. You can actually see, I think it was like 40,000 members just upended and quit. And I remember in my constituency party at the time, a good percentage of members just straight up quit the party because they were in disgust of that.
I'm sure you're right. AI, you're absolutely right. And those guys quit for good reasons. But I would just say one thing. We are about to get loads and loads of results. So I suspect we should concentrate on Tim and what he's doing, because we're about to get a hell of a lot of results coming in.
I'll head off on the hour, so thanks for having me on, guys.
I'm not saying that, mate. I'm just saying, like,
I've got to be up. I've got to be up early. I've got to be up early tomorrow morning. I need to be up early in the morning, so I'll head off.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And when you wake up, we will have a clearer picture of just how big the shake-up might turn out to be.
I'd look for anyone who's listening to this. If you're a nationalist on the right, like myself, my deal is less than 100 Conservative seats. And
0 seats
more
is
than
8.
The 0 seats was never going to happen, Tim. I'm not concerned about that. It's less than 100. It's less than 100 seats for the so-called Conservative Party, and it is Reform getting at least 8 to 12 seats. That's what I'm concerned about.
So
if they get 8 to 12 and the Tories get less than 100, then I'll be happy, relatively anyway.
Nathan Swindon, this is the current declared seats. So Labour 12, gained 3, Conservatives 1, lost 4, and the Lib Dems have gained 1. The vote share is quite distorted at the moment because the Sunderland and Newcastle results came in first, which is a strong Brexit area. So Labour is on 41%, Reform on 21%, the Conservatives just below 20%, the Lib Dems 9%, and the Greens 6.7%.
One of the things that's going to happen starting tomorrow, particularly if Farage gets elected to Parliament, is they're going to start talking about electoral reform and first past the post being totally unfair, which it is. So, I'm not saying I agree with that, but that is one of the things that's going to happen to.
But there was talk after the hung Parliament of 2010 about electoral reform. It didn't happen.
Yeah, but if you've got, let's say, a dozen Reform MPs in Parliament headed by Nigel Farage, who is easily the most popular politician in Britain by a long way, that's going to have a lot more thump behind it. You know what I mean? It's going to have a lot more thump, because Farage is easily, by a long way, the most popular British political figure, no doubt whatsoever. Like, no one likes Starmer. No one does. And no one ever did like Sunak. So, I mean,
yeah, I think you might be right. I think that the big thing from this going forward is that going into the next election, like this election, there's still been a little bit of like, oh, if you vote in reform, you're taking oxygen from the Tories, whereas like going to the next election where the Tories have come second to reform in so many places so far, that's going to have a big effect. People are going to say, well, actually, voting Tory is going to take votes away from reform. So it could be really setting themselves up if they can keep the momentum going for the next 4 years, and that's hard because when you're out of power now, if they've got a few seats, that'll be easier. They've got some politicians in there. It's when you haven't got actually sitting members, it's hard to keep any momentum going. But
Nigel Farage in Parliament will make a big deal.
I think that will be a big deal. Deal.
I mean, assuming he wins his seat, but I hope he does. But
one of the members of your Discord says that Clacton will come in by 3 a.m. So the time is where it's 10 minutes to 11 a.m. on the east coast of Australia, which means it's close to 2 a.m. over in the United Kingdom. So
another hour. We'll see if Nigel got up.
Tim,
all my fingers crossed and touching wood
the
here.
next hour and a half, we're going to get a deluge of seats. So, a load of seats are going to come in the next hour.
I'm going to take a short break now to get ready for that.
Why don't we, now would be the perfect time. Is Mitch still, like, he's on the screen, but is he with us?
Yes, I believe he is.
Okay, I wasn't sure because AI was still on the screen, but obviously said that they were left. So I know that Mitch is, while he's on mute, he is helpfully posting updates for us in the comments. They're recounting ballots in... I can't pronounce.
Basildon.
Basildon is one of these new towns in Essex where they moved a load of Cockneys, like in the 60s or 70s. It's a shithole. I wouldn't want to live there, but
they're all Barrow boys. So they're probably going to be...
look, the guys who live there are fine, but Basildon itself is not a nice place. I've been there. It's not cool. But,
the thing about Basildon and Billericay is a Tory party chairman, Richard Holden, tried to parachute himself in there against the wishes of all the Tory party association members, and because they already had a candidate, and most of the Tory party members in America refused to campaign for him, but just said, he stitched us up right good and proper, we're not going to bother. And yet it could be close between Tories and Reform, allegedly.
Interesting.
It's because they're having to do another count of the ballots in that area.
It must be. Well, look, if they're doing a recount, it's within 100 or so votes. So, interesting.
Dawn's just saying a white flight zone, which I would probably agree with that. I remember years ago.
That's what Basildon is.
My foreman, he was a Cockney. He's like, oh, and I live in Essex now. He said, I left London, left it to all the shit. Was what he said was, and this was back in the 80s, late to mid 80s. And a lot of the EastEnders just got out and they hightailed it to Essex. So there's sort of the thing about the Essex girls, which is like they've got dads who are kind of entrepreneurial, like I say, Barrow boys, and the girls got the long fingernails and all that stuff. So the Essex girls are a bit of a cliche, but that's Essex for you.
A bit unfair in many cases, but absolutely. It's not totally fair. It's a bit like, if you talk about in Australia, you might talk about people who are Westies if you're a Sydney person, or you might talk about. I'm trying to
North
remember.
Shore
I can't
girls.
remember that. No, hang
North
on. In Melbourne, Tim, what are we saying? Melbourne, when you're talking about some working
It's not
class
as tribal.
white
Melbourne's
guy.
not as tribal. Melbourne's just not that tribal like Sydney. Sydney is very tribal, like North Shore, West is, eastern suburbs. You know, they're all really.
Yeah, it is. It is. It begins with
I'm
G,
from
Tim.
the southeast, which is a lot of it is like middle class amongst particularly the east around.
Frankston or something like that.
Frankston is, well, it's been gentrified over the past 30 years.
Yep. I live in Frankston North, so I mean, you know, I'm even worse. But yeah, Tim, what do we call these guys? It begins with G. I'm trying to remember now. There's one of our guys who even calls himself this on purpose.
Starts with a G.
Yeah, in Melbourne. Like if you're the equivalent of a Sydney Westie, you get called this in Melbourne. I can't remember what it is now.
Me either.
Someone in the chat will please. Dawn Browning, you'll know. But yeah, it's like it's just a joke. It's like a working class person from that city, you know. So what? You know what? Who cares? It used to be that Australia, like certainly even in 2000, Australia was kind of this working class paradise country where if you came here from somewhere else, as I did, it was like everything you would possibly want, you know? Thank you, Dawn Browning. I mean bogan. You get called a bogan, Tim, you know?
That doesn't start with a G.
Yeah, I know. I got it wrong. All right, it starts with a B, but there's a G.
That's why you threw me.
That's what it was. But yeah, you get called a bogan. But you know what? Bogans are like average Aussies, basically. They are. They're average Australians.
So,
in my opinion, anyway.
According to Mitch, there's the reason for the delay in a lot of the declarations is because it's so close, and so they're recounting.
Yeah, that's true. Because all the British counts are by hand. And if it's within, I think it's about 200, the other candidate can ask for a recount. So, yeah.
How do postals, because when the results declared at the town hall, that's the new MP is elected. Like obviously in Australia they wait, 2 weeks for all the postals, absentees.
Yeah, we have to do that much earlier, Tim. I did I can vote in the British election, and I did my vote like 3 weeks ago.
So what's the cutoff for it? So it has to be back by election day?
Yeah, it has to be before that, but my cutoff was, I think, 10 days before the election. That's what I think it was. It was about 10 days. But those get counted first, so you're not going to get a lot of crap from those, you know. Not like the American election, for example. You know, 300,000 votes are not going to get landed at 3 a.m. to change everything.
Yeah, which was when we saw Tucker Carlson in Melbourne on Monday night, we were also treated to a decent portion of Dinesh D'Souza's movie 2000 Mules about the ballot harvesting through the drop boxes. So I'm sure, is it the same in the UK where it's just through the Royal Post and postal votes are by Australia Post, but in the US they had these dedicated drop boxes. It wasn't done by UPS. And so you had the mail-in ballots. They're all stored in these trucks, and then they came in all the swing states at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, funny that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was strange.
And
I went to bed thinking Trump's easily won this, and by the morning it all changed.
Well, we were streaming back in 2020. Well, I was when we were still doing the Uncockables with David Hiscock of the XYZ. I think we also had on Nick Patterson, who of course, was one of the great freedom fighters during the COVID lockdowns. And it looked as if Trump was easily going to win. And then we noticed, I think it was about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon our time, everything just stopped. And we immediately knew, we know what's going on here. And as the Australian afternoon progressed, then you had all of the dumps of the votes, and you're like, these are going one way.
The most secure election in history, right?
Yeah. Most popular American president ever.
Oh,
even though he's totally senile. Yep.
Yeah, he didn't campaign. He hid in the basement the whole time.
Well, that's because of COVID and the mail-in ballots. And even though Joe Biden says the pandemic's over, the mail-in ballots are here to stay.
You reckon they'll be using them again in America this time?
Oh, yeah. This is the thing. There's no such thing as a temporary measure.
Program, yeah.
Emergency. So this will be part of...
Look, I have a very good American friend, and I have told her many times that, look, they fiddled the election in 2020. Why don't you think they're going to fiddle it in 2024? Because I really think they will. Like, I'd be surprised if they don't. You know? I'd be surprised if they don't, to be honest.
It's funny. It's odd what's going on at the moment. I find it strange because they've obviously decided that Joe Biden is going. They've just turned on him. I mean, that as soon as I saw that debate, I was like,
he'll be gone 6 months or so after he's re-elected.
My theory is that the Democrats they'll have to euthanize him, put him down. They'll do
that. They won't
put him out of our misery.
Worry about that.
They'll just accidentally mix up the adrenaline with the morphine.
I mean, look, the other thing to look at is that the easiest thing for the Democrats to do is let Biden run, and then 3 to 6 months later, replace him with someone else. That is much easier than replacing him now. You know, it's just much
I don't think they'll be able
easier.
to do it. If he runs, he's got zero chance. I know someone who's sort of up on this kind of stuff. His big claim is that Michelle Obama will be the one that they'll draft Michelle Obama.
That's very likely. Yeah, that's very likely.
He reckons, I don't know. He reckons
has been pushing that. And though the thing is, if Michelle Obama was to run, I think she would have to address once and for all the Big Mike rumors. And it's interesting that the Obamas have never sued over the Mike conspiracy.
You know she'll never do that, all right?
But Bridget Macron
when I say she, votes around it. But she'll never do that. And also, I think their plan is for Biden to run, and then if Biden wins, which of course, if they fiddle the election, which I'm fairly sure they will, then just replace him 3 months down the line, and then she, in air quotes, doesn't even have to run. That's what I think is the.
I don't know if they replace him down the line, haven't they got to replace him with the vice president? Isn't that?
Yeah, that's the thing that they'll have to do, because I
don't think so.
Are going to tolerate.
Oh, okay. Kamala Harris becomes president, and maybe Mr. Obama becomes vice president. I mean, why would they care? Won't make any difference to them. That's what I think.
The Conservatives have held another seat of Castle Point. So Reform came a close second, though, on 30%. Conservatives still won 38%.
Have Reform got any seats yet?
No.
Not yet.
We're still only at Labour 17, Conservatives 2, Liberal Democrats 2. Who's dying from bird flu?
Me.
That's another thing we've all been wondering, if 2024 whether there'll be a black swan event.
That's another pandemic.
They've been pushing bird flu, I know, for over a year, hoping that all that's happened so far is the egg shortage, because they've had to kill over 1 million chickens so far.
Yeah.
And I know that they've been pushing bird flu over in the UK as well, because and this is obviously the Tories going along with the science was another betrayal, even though they knew that the virus was only dangerous to the elderly and the frail and the immunocompromised, and that's why they held the infamous parties, because they knew.
Well, the funny thing there, what do you think about Boris? Have you got any, Duke? When Boris got COVID, and I mean, they reckon he nearly died. He was in intensive care, and they had him on a ventilator. Now, as far as I can tell from this day, when they put you on a ventilator, they just say, "Oh yeah, you got COVID. We have to put you on a ventilator," and they just jab you. They put you under anaesthetic and keep you there and shove a tube down your throat and pump your lungs up and down, and eventually people would just die. I was under the impression that a lot of the deaths from COVID were just from that medical malpractice, if you want to call it. That they were just putting people on vents and killing them, and then they put Boris on the vent. I mean, I don't know anyone that knows anyone who actually died from COVID before the vaccines came in. I don't know how bad it was in the UK, but all of a sudden Boris is in hospital, and after he came out, he was in panic. He was like, "Holy shit!" Like, Jesus, this COVID is terrible, and that's when all the lockdowns and everything started. So prior to that, he was pretty much against it. He was like, "Come on, we just tough this one out." So I was quite suspicious over that. I don't know whether
it was a bad flu, mate. It was a bad flu.
Yeah, he probably did have a bad flu.
I had a heart attack about 3 months ago and a triple bypass operation. Okay,
wow.
Which is a fairly serious operation.
Yeah.
I never got a COVID test. I never took any of the China virus vaccines, never even got tested. I got tested twice in the hospital before I had my triple bypass operation because they wouldn't do it otherwise. But, you know, I'm in Victoria, which is a communist state. You know, it's dictator Dan Andrews' communist state. And, you know, somehow or other, the Labour Party won the election in Victoria, even after giving us the world's longest lockdowns.
Yeah, it was nice.
But like, I first became aware of Tim because Tim's channel was one of the good Australian channels, which was totally against the lockdowns and you must get vaccinated and all this bollocks. That's how I first saw Tim's channel. And the fact that Victorians voted for Andrews and Labour Party again after that is just like a mystery to me, you know.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that happened. I really
Look, to be honest with you, I think that everyone's these days are being subjected to the most sophisticated propaganda, mind control type messaging. I mean, this stuff, this isn't just random stuff that we get. Oh yeah, you know, the safe and effective and all this stuff. This is all workshopped and run through. And on this, you know, these people are not fools. They're sophisticated people. They know what they're doing. They're very good at manipulating public opinion, and that's, you know, there's still. I mean, you know, it's easy to get into a bit of a bubble. You know, everyone I know goes, oh, you know, this is right, that's wrong. This is wrong, that's right. But when you actually go out and talk to normies, they haven't got a frigging clue. They're like, you know, oh,
yeah,
you know, are you
there's a lot of idiots there.
Well, if the government and the health officials say that we need to do this, then I'll do it.
Yeah, because we've lived in a high trust society for so long that people actually trust the government. I mean, a lot of these African.
Hang on, mate. Look, do you remember when the tradies, right? You know, the tradesmen who were trying to, like, just earn enough money to keep their families together. Big trade unionists, all of those tradesmen, they were like marching, and they were very strong on this, and there were thousands of them. And Dan Andrews sent in armored cars and the Australian terrorist police with rubber bullets and tear gas, and he sent them against the union guys who supposedly supported the Labour government in Victoria. And like, if you can't watch that and think to yourself, do you know what? Someone here is lying, and it's Dan Andrews and the Australian Victorian Labour government, then you're an idiot. You really are an idiot.
These people are idiots, mate. I was. Here's a little bit a tidbit for you. A lot of people don't know. I was a union delegate for about 10 years, reluctantly. I was the most right-wing person in organised labour, in the history of organised labour. But so I know. I worked on the tools. I worked with lots of traders, and these guys are just rusted on. You know, it's like unions can do no wrong. And like how you could still be a member of a union after they threw you to the wolves with COVID and said, "Oh yeah, it's okay." Your employer says you've got to take an untested vaccine, or should I say, bloody.
And how many of those people who have taken that vaccine have now died from the side effects of that vaccine?
Heavily regretting
Quite
it.
a few.
Quite a lot, yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's this news reform. Reckon they've unseated Yvette Cooper, the shadow Home Secretary, who I assume would be in a safe.
This is just coming from the vote scrutinizers, which is the only sort of vote update we get until the seats are declared. Though, let's have a look at the state of things, because we are getting a lot of results now.
Right.
So Labour is on 25, gained 10 from the Conservatives. The Conservatives are on 2, lost 12. Lib Dems gained 2 so far. The Labour Party is on 42.5. The Conservatives and Reform tied on 20.6%, and the Lib Dems 8.3%, and the Greens 6.2%. So it's going to be crucial this next hour.
9 seats.
Next hour to hour and a half will be.
So Reform don't yet have a seat.
Results.
Is that correct?
No, not yet.
Not yet, but they will. They will.
Yeah. So this will be. Yeah, let's hope. So
it's very early, and all these early results are mostly pretty safe Labour seats for the most part.
Yeah, no, it's interesting that just go down a little bit, Tim. Labour and Reform and Conservatives together. I was looking at it a moment ago, and they looked like they had. That's it. Yeah, 21.2 and 20.6, which is 41.8, and Labour's on 41.9. So there's an argument there, I suppose, that people can make that if they both join together again. I think.
I think that's going to change, right? I honestly think by the end of the evening, Reform is going to go ahead of the Conservatives, but that may not say a lot about the number of MPs because of the first past the post system.
As I said before, I think a lot of those Reform votes, if they hadn't gone to Reform, they would have gone to Labour. I don't think that it's a case of
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, this is one thing that the so-called, in air quotes, Conservatives are getting totally wrong, is that quite a lot of people who would have voted Labour are voting Reform. And I don't think the air quotes Conservatives understand that at all. I really don't think they do, because they think that, we are so left-wing, and the modern Conservative Party is extremely left-wing, but they think Labour voters are even more left-wing, which is not actually the truth at all. Most traditional Labour voters are actually very socially conservative, but you can't admit that because
I mean that's what the so-called right-wing parties. A lot, there's been this swapping around in the last few years, where the supposedly socialist parties have been taken over by your champagne socialists and your latte socialists, and the people on the working classes, you might have called them, have now gone over to what was the right-wing parties, mostly on the subject of immigration, because they're not stupid, seeing themselves being replaced, and they say, we don't like this, we want to stop it. And it's these people who've gone through university, been indoctrinated, who are like smart people, they're wealthy, and I think it's the whole thing that when people when your wage depends on you believing something, you'll convince yourself that it's true. I mean, I've fallen out with so many people who were, I mean, I was left wing, I was Labour when growing up, because like I said, I was under the impression that Labour was for the poor and Conservatives were the rich, and also I had this thing of Margaret Thatcher talked about before. When Margaret Thatcher came in, everything collapsed. I got screwed over badly, so I was like, oh well, Conservatives, they're just looking after the rich, which to an extent, there's there has been some truth in that, but
I voted for Maggie. I have to, I came from an absolute working class family, but I voted for Maggie, and you know what? I used some of the things she brought in to start a business, and you could do that.
Yeah, like I was saying before to Tim, everyone blamed Margaret Thatcher for the recession that we had when she came in. It wasn't her fault at all. It was the 30 years of socialism we had before, and she actually did a lot. She turned the country around. By the time when she came in, the country was on its knees.
Reform have just won Ashfield.
Ah, good. First reform victory. Thank you, Tim.
Ashfield? Where's Ashfield?
Good story.
Sorry, whereabouts Ashfield?
That is Mitch. You're going to know exactly, but I think it's Midlands, isn't it? Ashfield. I think it's the Midlands.
Nottinghamshire.
That's Lee Anderson's.
Thank you.
That is Lee Anderson's seat, though. He was expected to hold.
Well, that's all right. Reformers won. That's their first seat. Good story. And they won it quite easily, by the way, if you look at the figures.
Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive victory, isn't it? I mean, Labour had raised its. Labour had actually got more than the Conservative. But they've taken
Conservatives who were destroyed in that seat. Good.
Yeah.
That's our first reform victory. That's cool.
Wow.
No, I still preface it by saying it's an incumbent defector being re-elected, which that was. I remember that's UKIP's only seat. So
we're going to do better than that tonight, Tim. I'm pretty sure we will do better than that tonight.
Mitch just said Labour is one, cannot chase. I'm going to get pissed later.
They always win. Labour always wins, cannot chase. But anyway, I reckon you could. I think you could put a piece of you could put a garbage bag up in Cannock Chase with a red rosette on, and it would still win.
would Cannock be Stoke? Is that around Stoke sort of direction?
It's going that way. Yeah.
No, it's South Staffordshire. But I was to say I was campaigning in, and a lot of the polling websites were predicting Reform to win closely, and that seems to go out the window.
Okay, so Labour edged ahead, did they? Just
we have a look at the vote total.
I think we're going to be in for some surprises tonight, guys.
Still neck and neck between the Conservatives and Reform. So Conservatives 20.8%. Reform 20.7%. I actually think Labour 42.3%. I actually reckon they'll get a lot more than 410 seats.
Maybe
that's what the exit poll said. Blair's majority in 1997 was 418. So the exit poll. Obviously, they're probably with this exit poll, they probably put in like more data than they would previously. But it's only 130 locations around the UK, and there's 650 seats.
Don't believe the exit poll. I don't believe the exit poll, Tim. It was wrong on the Brexit vote, and I think this vote is going to have more in common with that vote than the last election.
Yeah, interesting to see.
I just don't believe the exit poll much.
Who do you think is the big voters for Reform? You'd expect maybe the boomers, but I'm seeing like the youngsters now are really
loads of young people. Yeah, loads of young people supporting Reform.
In the poll of 16 to 17-year-olds, which Keir Starmer wants to give the vote. So
he might come unstuck doing that because loads of those are Reform supporters.
Yeah, but he's thinking in 4 years' time that the white British will make up about 5% of the population after he's finished, no doubt. God help us.
I saw that one of the 0 seats supporters. So obviously the most prominent was academic agent. So the other one is Torren Fable, who
Never
wrote,
heard of him.
if you voted for the Tories today, you are filth. You are disgusting. You deserve never-ending torment. I hate you. Go.
Thank you, Dawn. She came up with the quote. It's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Upton Sinclair. That's what I was saying before.
The ones who are still voting for the Tories, the stereotype is that they're the pensioners who want. What does the quadruple lock mean? Because this is all mumbo jumbo.
They won't get that. Well, they won't get that under Labour, but I'm not sure all of them quite understand that. But yeah, no, they won't get the quadruple lock under Labour. I'm not sure they'd even get it under the so-called Conservatives, but you know.
So, any more results coming, Tim? What have we got now?
We're going to get heaps in a minute, mate. You're going to get so many in a minute.
It is.
Tim won't be able to keep up with them.
It is ticking up. But yeah, looking at the seat totals at the moment. So you look at the gains for the Labor Party, plus 14, the Conservatives minus 17. I think there should be a lot of, now that Lee Anderson comfortably won as a Reform candidate, there should be some retrospection in the Conservative Party. Should we have reacted just throwing him under the bus like we did after he made his comment about?
I'm never going to support the so-called Conservatives again, ever. They lost me when they made most of their leaders brown or black, or women, and brown and black women. They just lost me. So
that's probably going to be the list of candidates for the Conservative leadership.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll never support any of those people because they're not British. You know, Kemi Badenoch, she's not British. She just isn't. She's not Anglo-Celtic. She's not British.
Clacton at 3:30 a.m., which is in about an hour, because it's...
Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Do we know...
You're going to get a lot, Tim, very shortly.
Is there going to be...
Get a lot coming in.
Is considered a good shot in Boston and Skegness. Do we know when that will be announced?
Mitch will. I don't, but
Skegness is like a...
I don't actually want Tice to win. I want Tice to lose his seat. But then I hate Tice, so... Yeah.
It's always...
I can hear a good dog. I can hear a good dog in the background.
Yeah, that's my Doberman. She's telling me she wants something.
Well, you should go and look after your dog, mate.
I'm going to go and take care.
Yeah, yes, I like all dogs and a fair number of humans.
She wants to get in or out somewhere, so I'm going to go and check on her. Give me a sec.
Dogs are good, mate. They're good.
They are.
Man's best friend, for sure.
And politicians' best friend as well.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think
well, that's the expression. If
most
you want to
politicians are too slimy. Yeah, most politicians are too slimy, though, Tim. I will say I did love Farage's Black Labrador, but it was very obvious that Farage had that dog for years. You know, he hadn't just got it. That was Farage's dog, which was kind of cool, actually. Like I say, I like all dogs and a fair number of humans, but that's just me.
Yeah, we are starting to get the results building up.
Yep.
You're going to get quite a lot.
Labour up to 40 seats, gain of 16. The Conservatives still sitting on 3, a loss of 19. And the Lib Dems, their 2 seats are both gains. So where do the Lib Dems...
It doesn't mean a lot. At this
So
stage, it doesn't mean a lot.
How do the Lib Dems win seats?
God knows.
No, I mean, like, where do they win them? Like,
I have no idea, mate. Honest, I
you're
don't
talking
understand
like
the sort of people who
Southern Shire seats, like home counties, southwest. They don't win seats. Let's say in my neck of the woods or up in the north. So
yeah, they get people to vote for them who are wanker middle class people, I guess, is how you would describe them. Like, I can't imagine ever voting for the Lib Dems, but they do get people voting for them. And I can only describe them as wanker middle class people because I don't know anyone else who would vote for them, really.
Well,
they're
I mean,
pretty much similar to Green voters. Very, very similar.
I mean, they're essentially just Tories. Like, that's the thing. Like, the differences between the average Tory party MP and the average Lib Dem voter is basically just nil. Like, I mean, the only reason, like the Lib Dems are basically just fair. Like, if you want the same policies as the Tories, but you don't want that stigma of voting for the Tories, because of course I've got like Jacob Rees-Mogg and Boris and all those types, you vote Lib Dem.
Yeah,
so,
that's what it's for. Totally agreed, Mitch. Totally agree. You got to be a wanker basically to vote Lib Dem. If you're a wanker and you want to vote for a wanker party, you vote Lib Dems. and they are very similar to the Greens in terms of their voter profile. Like real, like dumb shits, basically. But, the people who vote Tory are dumb shits also, so what can you say? Really. Or Labour, also dumb shits. But, yeah. There's a load of dumb shits who vote. This is the problem with democracy, which I don't really support, You're depending on votes from morons, basically.
The Greens are, like, would it be fair to say in the past they've been eclipsed by the Liberal Democrats, but the Greens, obviously, because they're the most pro-Palestine, pro-Gaza party, they've surged to 6.6%. The Lib Dems, even though they've won 2 seats so far, are only on 7%. Obviously, they had their highest total was in 2010, wasn't it? Around 20%.
I like Dawn Browning's thing in the chat. I think she's fairly accurate.
Lefty suburb dwellers who used to go to Tenerife 3 times a year.
Yeah,
does that mean that Jay
much.
Slater would have been a Lib Dems voter?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, that is
doctors' wives.
That's sort of been the story that's been on the side, the disappearance of that teenager Jay Slater, and the mainstream media have been like good boy who didn't do nothing, even though he took part in a machete attack, was into drugs, and reportedly before he disappeared, stole a Rolex watch. But
not
the
sure I
mainstream
believe any of that, Tim, to be honest.
I'm
not sure I believe any of it, to be honest. I think it's all of that Jay Slater thing. I think is I think most of it was made up. I'm not even sure. I think he's really disappeared, to be honest.
Well, it's just a GoFundMe scam. How much was raised?
Yeah.
But
very likely just a GoFundMe scam. That's what I think.
Though it shouldn't be like the mainstream media has been trying to pump it up like, oh, like in the prime of his life, this poor boy, it's another Michael Mosley disappearance.
I didn't think he'd be much of a loss, though, Tim. I gotta say.
No, I know that Katie Hopkins, she's been pilloried for her videos about Jay Slater. She said, "Oh, he's a bit of a wrong'un," and hashtag Machete J.
Yep. I'm not very keen on Katie Hopkins, but in that particular
She appeared on my
case,
show
I think
back
she
in
might-
2020, and she was an absolute delight. So I've got all the time in the world for her.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan, but I think in that particular case, I think she's right. There is some nefarious shit going on around that character, but yeah.
The other disappearance, we are just sort of filling time with other British news. Michael Mosley, the fact that they had this massive search and he was just found round the corner from the resort dead. It was kind of like, did you check your pocket for the remote? It's kind of one of those ones.
Yeah, sad. I don't have a lot of sympathy for these people, to be honest, Tim, but whatever. But that's just me. I mean, maybe some of your other guests do. Me, I don't really have much sympathy for them. But then maybe Mitch does, or the British-Australian community guy. Maybe they think they were all right. I don't know.
Did anyone see that Rishi Sunak, one of his last appearance was on this morning, and they had, and he was sitting behind the most tattooed woman who's also an OnlyFans model. I think if Philip Schofield was still hosting the show, it would have been like,
how is that pretty? I'm sorry,
a teenager.
That is
Is
not.
her name Lydia?
Pretty.
Lydia, the tattooed lady.
That ain't pretty. Why would she do that to herself? That's so appalling.
I've never seen a tattoo that made a girl look more attractive, ever.
No, exactly, mate. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
People said that
honestly,
in the background.
That's not cute at all.
People said that Rishi Sunak
and
looks
she
like
would
him.
be an averagely all right chick if she didn't have all those tats.
Rishi Sunak looks like he's sitting on the shelf in the background there.
Well, I'm sure he is. But
yeah, a real catch, yeah.
I mean, would he have known that that's also who they had on, or would he just had poor judgment to be like on the same day?
I think he would have liked that, Tim, to be honest.
I mean, you got to.
Rishi Sunak always strikes me as a bit gay, to be honest, but yeah.
You know, I mean, you get to meet up with a lady like that, and I mean, apart from the fact that that it's not very attractive, the other thing that you're looking at is you're thinking, what's the mental state of a person who would do that to themselves? You know, like if you're looking at them as a potential partner or whatever, it's like,
yeah, I even think that if she's got a couple of tats, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, most girls have a tramp stamp or, you know, a little girly tat somewhere, and I'll just ignore those because that doesn't matter. They got those because every girl was getting them, you know. But even a girl with 3 or 4 tats, you look at them and go, why would you do that? You know?
Yeah, for sure. I had a big thing with my daughter. I was like, you're not getting that tattoo. You know, she's 17 and a half, so I was like, I said piercing, fair enough, because you can take them out later, but tattoos, no way. Once she's 18, I think it's kind of gone off, you know, like people, it's gone out of fashion. So that I think by the time she's 18, she's probably not going to want that, thankfully. So hopefully she's going to away from that. But when she was younger, she was like, "Oh, I can't wait till I'm old enough. I'm gonna have tattoos of my dead body." But anyway, yeah, daddy issues, said Aubrey. Maybe.
I think anyone who's a bloke knows that a woman with many toes has an issue. She does, or she wouldn't get them. If she's got a little girly toe somewhere, or she's got a tramp stamp, you just go, yeah, all right. She got those because that's what, girls just copy everyone else. But if she's got quite a lot of tats, there's a problem in her brain. For sure.
Hey, just changing the subject back to the election, the James Galway. Yeah, James Galway there just lost his seat to Labour in Rochdale. Now, Rochdale is somewhere I know, it's the north side of Manchester. Used to be very working class. Now it's very Islamic, it tends to be.
One of the grooming
gangs. This is Galloway, the famous Galloway, who got elected recently, has now lost his seat.
It was close. Galloway is on the stage. One of his.
Now that is interesting, isn't it?
Officials have said it was rigged.
That's pretty interesting.
It is interesting. I guess we all thought that a lot of the Labour vote was going to go to the Islamic cause. They're going to lose that to the Greens or whatever. You would have thought Galway would have been a shoe-in for that, because he's actually a Muslim. I think he's converted, if I'm not mistaken. He's married to a Muslim woman. I can't stand him. He always said, they said, "Are you English?" He's like, "No, I'm Scottish of Irish descent." Like, he wouldn't even admit to being English. It's like, well, why are you in the English Parliament? It's one of those Irish descended people, like we all used to call them plastic paddies, who have this real chip about the English. It's like, back in 1919 or whatever, you were killing Irish, the whole thing. So yeah, and then he went to the Muslim. So like he's like he's like one of these people that seems to just despise the English people, and yet he's happy to take our money and be in our parliament. I mean, why wouldn't you? But why would anyone vote for him? Well, the reason being that he's goes up to the Muslim vote. He was very hard Labour, which following the usual like Labour, we hate England type stuff, which it seems to be the left these days.
I wanted Galloway to win as a form of democratic accelerationism, and that's why I was happy that he won back earlier in the year. And we're going to get some of that here in Australia with the Muslim independence, the Muslim vote being launched here after Fatima Payman resigned from the Labour Party here. So
who would have expected it, right? They're all going to vote for their own interests. Surprise, surprise. But when the question for me is, when are the English people going to start voting for their own interests? And it looks like there's a few of them are with reform. So that's encouraging. The danger is, like, it's a race. The more migrants come in, the more the English are actually waking up and saying, "Hey, we need to vote for our own interests." But by the time that they do, if they
this was a poll before the election on ethnic Brits, how they intend to vote. So non-Indigenous Brits. And not surprisingly, Labour is ahead. First party on all. But it's interesting who comes second with various groups. So Pakistani Bangladesh, the Greens 29%.
Surprise,
Indians, the Conservatives 32%.
Again, surprise, they tend to be running businesses. Reform doesn't seem to be doing that well with some of them, but they've still actually 7%, 13% with other ethnicities. That's not bad for reform to be getting in ethnic minorities to be getting 13% is pretty good. But it's hard to know with okay, that's not in England. They have this code word. If someone's a Muslim, they always call them an Asian, even if they're like.
Oh yes, that's always that's always I found quite misleading. I mean, here in Australia, we don't call Indians, Pakistanis, Asians. That refers to Chinese, Vietnamese, Southeast Asians.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, India is part of Asia, but Somalia isn't. You know, like in England, it's like, oh, it's Asians. It's you know, like
really, Somalia's in Africa.
Exactly, yeah. And but they'll say, oh, you know, like the grooming gangs. Oh, it's a gang of Asians, and you see half.
Yeah, which we it seems like it's designed to hide what type of Asian.
100%, completely. It's like they're pretending that the Chinese are doing.
I know, which is a smear against them.
Yeah. They don't seem to mind smearing Chinese for some reason. They're not really a protected group.
A Reform have been revised down to 9 seats, which is down from 13 from the exit poll.
It's still an estimation, though, isn't it?
It is. There's going to be which are going to be very close.
Be great.
I think Labor is going to do better than the exit poll. That's the only thing that.
Nothing you can do about that.
So Reform's gone down to 18.5%, the Conservatives 20.9%, Labor still 41.7%. So they are doing better than they did under Jeremy Corbyn in 2017. What an election that was. Jeremy Corbyn, as Labor leader, gets 40%. And so far, Labor 52 seats, Conservative 6, Lib Dems 3, and Reform 1.
Yeah. Yeah, Dawn says the first grooming gangs were not long after Windrush. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, there was some. I remember a case. There was a West Indian guy, which is like Afro-Caribbean, and this was way back in the 60s. He was pimping girls out. That was fairly, you know, I don't know if it was quite a grooming gang, but there were Jamaicans who were working as pimps and things. Yeah, I don't know much about that. Well, they've certainly been around a lot longer than people realise, because way back into the 80s there were grooming gangs. I know that. So Windrush was, I think, in 60s. I'm pretty sure. Was it? Oh, it might. Was it 60s or was it 50s? The Windrush. I'm not sure.
Jeremy Corbyn is predicted to retain his seat, so that'll keep Owen Jones happy. That far left homosexual. Because he was advocating for, like, Labor's got it in the bag, so vote Green. How did he get so well known? I mean, what makes him special is my question. I just know that he's a prominent commentator in The Guardian and various other publications.
I don't know who Owen Jones. I don't even know Owen Jones. I'm not familiar. Oh. I don't read the Guardian that often. I'm embarrassed by the Guardian because it was originally in the Manchester Guardian, but Manchester was quite a hotbed of socialism anyway. So the suffragette movement came out of Manchester, a lot of it.
In terms of Owen Jones, he wrote a book about the demonisation of a working class and all this, but then he kind of swallowed his own words by doing exactly the same thing when the working class stopped voting for Boris because they hate Labour that much.
Yeah. No.
Reform are still pretty confident that they've defeated the Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper. There was somebody who said that we've taught her a lesson. We're going to teach her a lesson. Or school's out. School's out for her forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, so look, I'm going to have to leave shortly for about 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I'll drop my daughter to a job interview.
Yeah, that's all good.
And then hopefully by the time I come back, we'll have a bunch more results coming. I think they'll be coming thick and fast soon. So.
Nigel Farage, they've crossed to Nigel Farage in Clacton. Sky News have. So I think we should be able to, we'll try and take Farage's speech live. So hopefully it works out with copyright because it's a live feed from the declaration.
I think it should be, yeah.
Yeah.
That will be so good if he gets his seat, because he's then got a complete platform to talk from. That will, if Farage gets up, that'll be a game changer in itself. Just having that one guy in there, and look at the damage that he did in the European Union. I used to follow him when he was in the EU. Originally, I used to love his stuff. He used to just give it to them, and you can see them all sitting there looking as if they just swallowed a bumblebee or something. They're like all these Germans and French bureaucrats. Yeah, and he just, oh, so you want to talk about that, do you? Well, actually, he's just got this ability to pull these like statistics and facts out of his brain. They're just like leave people speechless. Oh, Nigel, yeah. Hopefully he'll have a pint in his hand as he's delivering his speech.
Well, if I guess to you're leaving shortly, Harry. This might be a good time to play the Farage montage that I put together last night.
Put it up, mate. Let's have a look.
And we can all take a toilet break or just have a bite to eat. I came with a packed lunch today. Because the beauty about doing a election results stream during the day is that I'm one of those people, I've got to have a hot meal for dinner, and so I've got to have a dinner break, but I can just pack my lunch because it's daytime Australian time and I'm all set for the day. So without further ado, here is Farage's campaign highlights, and also I've included the attacks on him as well, because
montage from Farage.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Back again. Back again. Say he's back.
What I intend to lead is a political revolt. Yes, a revolt. A turning of our backs on the political status quo. It doesn't work. Nothing in this country works anymore. The health service doesn't work. The roads don't work. None of our public services are up to scratch. We are in decline. This will only be turned around with boldness.
My milkshake brings all the people to the rally.
I don't say things to court popularity. I say things because I believe them to be true. And I think in a free, civilised society, we should be able to do that without being cancelled, without having milkshakes thrown in our face by a young OnlyFans model from Clacton. I suspect she was upset that in the previous week I'd unsubscribed from her channel. I do hope this meeting is not being recorded on mobile phones. But then again, do you know what? Even if it is, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. Think of that up there. Someone at the Columbine Centre needs to get the sack. Are we agreed? That is the case. Go on, put it down. Rip it down!
My question is to Penny Mordaunt. Given that your 2010 manifesto, your 2015 manifesto, your 2017 manifesto said you'd reduce net migration to tens of thousands, your 2019 manifesto said immigration would massively reduce, and that net 4.3 million people have come into the country since that time, why on earth should anybody believe the fifth manifesto that promises cuts to net migration?
Because of the record of this Prime Minister. So we've had...
enough, that's fine, I'm happy.
Figures out today.
They're young, they're full of enthusiasm, they're optimistic, they're self-confident, they're the sun rays, they're going places. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Nigel Farage.
Unlike the rest, I don't need a script. I've come out of retirement, back into politics, with passion in my heart. And I'll tell you, Britain is broken, everyone knows it, and Britain needs reform. The election is over under our system. We know that Keir Starmer's going to win and probably have quite a big majority. The question is, who will lead the opposition? Because for democracy to work, there has to be a voice of opposition. And I put it to you that Ed Davey and the Liberal Democrats won't do that, because he actually agrees with Labour on most things. Rishi Sunak won't do it. Well, he'll probably be in California by then anyway. And the Tory party is split down the middle and about to implode in this election. I say to you, I will stand up against open borders. I will stand up and say those that come illegally across the channel should be deported. I will stand up and fight for the millions of men and women running small businesses. I have the courage to take on the mob. Please join the revolt.
Thank you.
There we go. Now, Nigel Farage's theme for the campaign was M&M's Without Me, which he played at all his rallies. And I noticed that Eminem, he didn't put in you can't use this in your campaigns. He was probably happy with all of the Spotify and Apple Music increases in plays, because that's more royalties for him. Now, I don't know if Iron Duke has also stepped out as well. Yeah, so as Aubrey says, that after he had the milkshake thrown at him by that OnlyFans whore, he decided to, well, it was the second milkshake that had been thrown at him back in 2019. There was one which was actually a security failure because his entourage walked past the guy with the milkshake and he got a free shot. But with that OnlyFans whore, there couldn't much be done because he was mobbed by people. But yes, his theme song then became Khalees's Milkshake song, which it's over 20 years old, that song, but it's like become like a classic now.
Uh-huh.
And obviously, I said that Rishi Sunak's theme song should have been "California Dreaming." Now that horrible, angry pro-Brexit guys, what's it? Steve Bray. He was the one that, when Rishi Sunak was announcing the election in the Ray, beamed out "Things Can Only Get Better," which was Tony Blair's theme song in 1997 by DREM, but they banned the Labour Party from using it in 2024.
Uh-huh.
They're announcing Keir Starmer's results at the moment.
I think he might win.
Yeah, but who's the Elmo dude?
UK Independence Party 75. David Roberts, Reform UK 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party 61.
Oh God, here we go.
19. David Robert Stansel, Green 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party 18,800.
Morons of the world unite and vote for Keir Starmer, the bloke who made sure that almost no Pakistanis were done for the grooming gang scandal. He's such a great man.
Across Pancras constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024.
I'll drop dead, you ugly bitch. But anyway.
2. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 223, and they were rejected for the following
Which says
reasons.
Clacton to be expected shortly.
Voting for more than one
Who is
nominee,
Elmo? Who's
writing or mark
because this is
25 to
Count Binface is running in Rishi Sunak's seat, and I still got the endorsement.
But this is a moment because
You'll turn that off now because it's back to Channel 4.
I never pay any attention to these idiot candidates.
Yeah. So
you always get them in British elections, but
is it because of the town hall thing, a declaration, so they get their costume on TV?
Probably, yeah. I don't know why they do it. It costs them money, but not that much. And yeah, I'd never pay any attention to be honest. And especially like if you're the leader of a party, you're going to get 50 of these guys because that's how they get more publicity. You know, don't give a shit. But the fact of the matter is that Starmer is actually worse than those two joke candidates. But but there again, in Minecraft, I'd execute Starmer, but in Minecraft, of course. and Sunak, by the way, in Minecraft. But
why not just exile Sunak? I mean, he's about to exile himself.
Well, yeah, so you don't even need to do it. But I mean, yeah, something like that. Anyway, but in Minecraft, in reality, I'm a very kind person. But
So yeah, we are getting the results thick and fast now, and unfortunately, the Conservatives are holding more seats. So Labour is on 82, net gain of 31. The Conservatives 9, net loss of 37. They're on 10 now. Labour 83. Lib Dems 9, net gain of 7. And Reform just still the one seat so far, which is obviously Lee Anderson. Shall we go back to Keir Starmer? Do you want to hear his speech?
Not really, but if you insist.
Dares to believe that the future belongs to her.
Oh,
And with her,
God.
it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not,
Oh, yeah, this old
I
one.
will serve every person in this constituency
God, here we go.
I sat with who've lost children
He
to
even
life,
sounds gay.
who can't get the
Well,
doctors
there's been
and
rumours
treatment
about
that they
him because he
need,
didn't marry
and
until he
local
was in his
businesses
40s.
who've struggled so hard.
Yeah, I could well believe he is gay, to be honest. But
I will speak out
The
he's
other
certainly not British.
fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance.
Look at that traditional British mare there. You can see she's so original. It's unbelievable.
Well, she's wearing the mayoral robes. Of course she is.
Yeah, she doesn't look very British though, does she? You know, not to me anyway.
And so Keir Starmer delivers his first
And she's giving a great big clap for Keir Starmer. What a surprise.
landslide, and he's
Wow.
Have we still got Mitch with us? He's still writing things in the chat, I think.
He's just got himself muted at the moment. Mitch is watching the results as far as I can work out.
So the revised ITV News forecast has Labour on 414, the Conservatives on 130, the Lib Dems on 60, Reform on 10, and the SNP on 11. I still don't think that is going to be the result.
That wouldn't be a good result. If that's what we get, that will not be a good result. But let's see. It might change. Good
Well, it
chance.
doesn't look like the Conservatives are going to win that 130 seats at present, which is good.
I
Harry
think
is
the Conservatives, for us to win, the Conservatives need less than 100 seats.
I know.
Is what
Just
I
for that,
think.
that's a psychological boost that they are.
Yeah, if they
are
get 97 or something like that, then we could say we'd won. But if they get over 100, if they get way over 100, then no, we haven't won at all, to be honest.
Well, how are we doing there, Tim? What's the latest numbers?
So you just missed Keir Starmer's very dry acceptance speech in his constituency.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, we didn't get all of it. We don't know whether he mentioned his dad was a toolmaker. If the British people think that they're already sick of it, just wait until he becomes Prime Minister, because we still hear from Albo endlessly, Housing Commission, single mother.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's only just getting started.
I think I'd be careful. I'd be very careful telling anyone if my dad was a toolmaker, because the obvious comeback would be, well, the last tool that he made was obviously you.
So
Yeah,
you're
that's
a tool,
the zinger that a lot of people have been repeating.
Yeah. But, okay, so Reform. So how many seats are
Pretty
we still only
sure
on one?
Keir Starmer's dad owned a tool making factory.
Yeah, he
does not make him a tool maker.
Yeah, just like Margaret Thatcher's dad was a grocer. So
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yeah.
Margaret Thatcher was a bit more honest
Yeah.
than Sir Keir Starmer, but yeah.
So are we still on one seat for reform?
Not difficult.
Yes, 105 have
Yep,
been declared
only
so
one
far.
so far.
There's probably a lot of close seats which they're recounting, where reform is in with a decent chance. So Labor is on 85, Conservatives 10, Lib Dems 9, Reform 1. If because obviously Reform aren't going to be the official opposition, would we rather it be the Conservatives under whoever or the Lib Dems under Ed Davey?
Don't care. Don't care.
I think you go.
Don't care at all. They're all a uni pie. It makes no doubt.
Ed Davey, his stunt strategy seems to have paid off so far.
What, the Lib Dem dude?
Yeah.
Lib Dems are always the stunt party. They're actually, I think they've been pretty successful in pulling stunts and getting some votes, going on single issues and things.
Yeah, and only dickheads vote for them. You mean, so
Yeah, I know.
you realised only dickheads vote for them, and so just did dickhead stuff. Like
we've had some
like aerobics in a swimming pool and crap like that.
According to Mitch, the first cabinet ministers have officially lost their seats. Alex Chalk and also Grant Shapps.
Good. Both good. Grant Shapps is the defence minister, isn't he? Pretty
I
sure
believe
Grant
so.
Shapps. Good. I'm so glad he's gone. What an asshole. The guy who wanted to get Britain into a war with Russia when our army and navy and air force are minuscule. I am so happy he's lost his seat. Good.
There was I do training, and like we're not that far, I said, from a huge army base. So we get sometimes army candidates through. I had a guy 1-to-1 for a few courses. It was very interesting. And this is back in 2018 or something like that. He told me. He said he was just coming out of the army, and he was like a motorized. So they used to study a lot on other armies and potential threats and this and that. And he said prior to 2016, he said in the Australian army, they'd been told we're going to war with Russia, right? And he said as soon as Trump got in, they were told stand down. And I was like skeptical. I was like, seriously? Like, why would the Australian army be planning to go to war with Russia? It just didn't make sense to me. And I was kind of pinch of salt, like surely that can't be true. But today, it's like, yeah, obviously, they were planning this before Hillary got in, and then Trump came and spoiled the party, and they had to wait till
the plan is to go to war. If you're in the Australian army, the plan is to go to war with China. That is almost certainly going to happen. But you know what? The less we give to Ukraine, the more chance, if you're in the Australian Armed Forces or you have relatives in the Australian Armed Forces, the less we give to Ukraine, the more chance you or your relatives and loved ones will not die fighting China.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what the hell?
Because that is absolutely their plan.
Yeah, there's always been something funny going with Ukraine. I mean, when Joe Biden was vice president, he visited Ukraine like 12 times.
The most corrupt country in the whole of Europe. The most corrupt country in the whole of Europe.
And
Bill Gates admitted that.
His son's on a board of some giant, gas company there. It's like, why are all these Democrats? Of course, there was the coup that they were orchestrating there with Victoria Nuland and her husband.
I think I'm right in saying that Australia has given Ukraine something like $5 or $6 billion.
Totally wouldn't surprise me.
It's like on the other side of the world from Australia.
Yeah, and these are complete corrupt kleptocrats who the more you give them. I mean, I was watching there was a guy a British guy who had a YouTube thing, and he went to Ukraine and fought for them, right? And he was doing a YouTube, doing interviews with people, just ordinary pommy soldier, and he was telling a story of how he got there, and then they were bombed and this and that, and they got to another camp, and he said they all got together, they got them all together, they put them on these coaches, and he said they had some massive semi-trailers full of weapons that had been donated by Western donors, and they drove like a couple of hours towards the front. And he said when they got there, these trucks had just disappeared with all these weapons.
What
and he
a
said,
surprise!
Yeah, it was. But he said the funny thing is, he says you can't drive more than about 5 kilometers today in Ukraine without getting to an army checkpoint, right? So there's no way these guys
have
could
a
just.
pass.
Unless somebody's greasing things up, greasing the wheels and letting you through. It's just.
I have no sympathy whatever for any British or Australian guy who goes and fights in Ukraine. I just don't.
Well, I'm sympathetic
because all you're fighting for is LGBTQ and mass immigration and all that. That's what you're fighting for if you go fight for Ukraine. Yeah.
100%. But I feel sorry for people who've been brainwashed to believe it's the right thing. I feel sorry for these people who've been brainwashed to think that they're actually doing the right thing, and they've gone along thinking
that's what the MSM tells you all the time.
And then they get themselves blown to pieces.
Anything the MSM says is wrong unless it proves otherwise to be true, but it never does, because every single thing the mainstream media says is a lie, basically.
Yeah, I know my media company has been cut off from any. I was getting about $500 a week from Google, and they cut me off because I was spreading misinformation and disinformation, like by saying that.
Never even tried to monetize my channel.
No,
never even tried to. There's no point.
$500 a week. I'm going, thank you very much. And then this cut me off and said, no, you're spreading misinformation because you're telling people that the vaccine isn't safe and effective. And it's a lie.
Yeah,
Tim,
no, it's not a lie. That's how I got to know Tim, is because Tim was a very free speech channel during the China virus, but most unusual.
Aubrey, sympathy there for the Ukrainian people. Absolutely. I mean, the Ukrainian people have been screwed over just in such a big way. Yeah, I mean,
by the West mostly, though.
Against Putin. Yeah, Putin.
I know Aubrey pretty well, but Aubrey, do you know what? They've mainly been screwed over by the West.
Yeah.
Not by the Russians. The Russians have kept saying to them, let's have a peace deal. Yeah. Give up your Russian bits.
And Boris says no. Boris says no. You know, you're going to win. We'll support you.
Because Boris, you listen to Alexander, as he's really called, but
Ian Duncan Smith has held his seat thanks to a split here between the Labor and an independent candidate, which is disappointing. The former Conservative leader, although. How old would he be now? He's like half dead anyway.
He'd be really going on. He's quite elderly.
Why do a lot of people talk about how the US senators basically are in the Senate until they drop, but why do people such as Ian Duncan Smith, Jeremy Corbyn, and Diane Abbott, why do they just keep? Yeah, but in Australia, there's a lot of renewal. It's very uncommon to have MPs stay in the parliament until they're in their 70s. I mean,
it's true,
that is the exception. I remember.
Tim, it depends how often they have to turn up. And in the UK Parliament, if you're an elderly dude like Ian Duncan Smith, you probably don't turn up all that often. You know what I mean? But you're still getting a very good salary,
Lords.
and you're
House of Lords
very good veteran. Yeah.
House of Lords.
It's like it's easy. It's money for not much, you know.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I don't think it's wise to have so many MPs. I mean, they can hardly fit in the chamber, 650. So you can be on the backbench for 30 plus years without even being noticed.
Yep, 100%. 100%. That's
well, we've
most
only got
MPs.
We've only got
That's
100.
most MPs.
in the House of Representatives and 76 in
Did
the
you,
Senate.
Tim, have you ever seen when they've had debates about vaccine deaths from the China virus, for example, yeah? And you'll see there's like 5 or 6 people in the whole of the House of Commons. Everyone else just walks.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think
That's
most
how
of
much
the
they are
day-to-day,
looking after their people, you know? Nothing.
most of the day-to-day debates, I think that are pretty thinly
Yeah,
attended.
same here as well.
Yeah, but the House of
But they're
Lords is even
told
more.
how to vote. The vast majority of MPs in Australia and in Britain, for the most of this stuff, they're just told how to vote by their party. You will support this, you won't support that. That's always what goes on.
Obviously, it's been in the news here that because Fatima Payman has quit the Labor Party, how it usually works if you cross the floor in the Australian Labor Party, automatic expulsion. What's it like in the British Labor Party if you vote against?
you get expelled. Yeah. If you cross the floor, you get expelled.
I've never heard of it.
I mean,
I don't
look,
remember.
the most famous of these guys is Winston Churchill, who, of course, in 1908 crossed the floor from the Conservative Party to the Liberals because he was against turning the British Empire into a real political thing. Because in 1908, they wanted to bring in imperial tariff reform. And that would have made goods from Australia, Canada, New Zealand, etc., and Britain going into those countries cheaper than anything coming in from Germany or France or America, for example. And Winston Churchill was completely against this idea because Winston Churchill hated the British Empire and did more than any other single man to destroy it. Like in his whole political career, it's all he ever did, basically. So he crossed the floor from the Conservatives to the Liberal Party. And then after doing all these fuck-ups in World War I, including Gallipoli, as many Australians will know about, he then, after the war, went back to the Conservatives, again crossing the floor because it suited him to get elected again. And of course, in World War II, he was mainly kept in power by the Labour Party. The vast majority of Churchill's wartime so-called national government was actually Labour. It wasn't Conservative. So,
that's true.
But, I detest Churchill. To say I detest Churchill is an understatement. I think he's one of the worst half English, half American people ever born. And he killed more British soldiers, sailors, and airmen than any other one single man in his life. Absolutely evil man. And totally anti-British, by the way. Sorry.
Another one of the ex-mainstream personalities who I followed throughout the campaign, Dan Wootton, who of course was sacked from GB News for hosting the segment with Lawrence Fox that he wouldn't shag that. Everyone's forgotten about that Ava from Politics Joe. And he was also sacked because there were those allegations of sexual inappropriateness against him at the Byline Times. So now he's independent on Substack, which is Dan Wootton Outspoken. And obviously he's using his contacts within because he used to work for The Sun and the Daily Mail, to tell the what's going on the inside. And obviously, Michael Gove, even though he is retiring, he's still going to be the puppet master. He's putting forward Kemi Badenoch after this defeat for Conservative Party leader.
She's not British. I'm sorry. She's not.
She was born in Britain.
Doesn't make her British, mate, as far as I know.
But she's got based views.
Yeah, sure. Don't agree. Sorry. She's not British. Look at her.
Suella
Doesn't
Braverman's
look
also got
Anglo-Goan.
based views as well.
She's not British.
Suella.
No, I'm just
Well,
putting
you know-
these to.
Yeah. Suella, her real, she was born Sue Ellen. And she was called Sue Ellen because her mother was like a real sort of loved the West, was Indian, but loved the West. And she used to watch the show Dallas. I don't know if you remember back in the early
Yes.
70s,
my
80s.
God.
Dallas, there's a woman called Sue Ellen. And Suella Braverman changed her name back away from Sue Ellen because she wanted to be more Indian. She didn't like being so, Anglo kind of thing. So, yeah.
Neither of these people are British, so I don't care what they do, really.
It's like saying Cliff Richardson.
I'd never vote for either of them, ever.
Or Rudyard Kipling was Indian because he was born in India. Wow.
Yeah, he was born in India, but he wasn't Indian. His parents were both British.
They're declaring Jeremy Corbyn's seat. Do we want to listen in?
Yeah, sure.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
Karen Ann Harris, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 195.
Gee, who's that?
Look at that British mare. She looks so British.
32.
Who's the big guy behind her?
Some kind of shonky guru.
1,660.
She looks so British. It's incredible that our traditions carry on like this with these Indian women.
16,800.
That's so exciting.
Corbyn has gained the seat as an independent in Islington North. Back to you in just a second, Becky.
Oh, it's amazing.
Islington is the real piece of it's North London, but it's very wealthy. I've got a friend there.
Champagne socialist country.
Yeah, corporate lawyer. My friend's a corporate lawyer. It's very much
It's champagne socialist country is Islington.
So Corbyn. Did they say Corbyn? So Corbyn's got that as an independent. Did they say?
Yes.
Yeah. He's independent.
So he can be as anti-Semitic as he wants.
Now he can, Now he can really call out Israel.
It doesn't have to be just anti-English. Now he can be anti-Semitic as well. Oh, God help us.
There's there is a. I saw it in my Twitter X feed. I saw that there's some Labour MP on the air saying that if Jeremy Corbyn wins, he should be given the whip back, saying that we should just forgive and move on.
That ain't gonna happen, I can tell you now.
What do we all think of his brother, Piers Corbyn? Obviously, prominent anti-lockdown, anti-mandate campaigner.
Pretty all right. On
Also-
that score, pretty all right. Yeah.
Also, against the digitization of everything. There was he did this. It was a typical sort of like old boomer thing. Went to a cashless supermarket to pay in cash. Did anyone see that?
Never been to a cashless supermarket.
Oh no, I'm just saying that this was what Piers Corbyn did. He decided to make a scene and pay with cash.
Yeah. No, I didn't see it. Obviously,
Well,
publicity
good.
stuff, but it's fair enough.
I mean,
Yeah,
cash is
sounds
a
quite good.
freedom that we should retain. But
100%. But good luck. I mean, it
cashless
used to be.
society is all about having no privacy, basically.
Yeah, well, it used to be in Australia, it was the law. If you wanted to be paid in cash, your employer had to pay you in cash. It was the law. And that was when I was working back in the 90s. No longer. So
Yeah, I
scrapped
remember getting a pay packet at the end of
Yeah.
the week, and there was actual
in
money in it.
cash.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not no more. You can't.
But I mean,
good
the
luck getting
push
that.
against cash, the push against cash is totally against individual people's freedom and privacy, because if you don't have cash, then the government knows every single thing you do.
Yeah,
and we know from people like Nigel Farage, as an example, that any time the government doesn't like you, they can cut you off from your banking facilities. Like, we know
good luck
that.
then.
It's not rocket science, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So,
The next cabinet minister could lose his seat is the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. Nigel Farage has just won.
Good.
Let's listen in.
Good.
On Clacton.
Lose, you bastard, lose! I hate that guy. I so hope he loses.
Constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists.
Farage has won. Farage has won.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. Farage has won. Thank you. Good.
Yes. And I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this.
He's finally done it.
3 days since I
He
decided
has.
to.
He's now an MP. Good.
I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters. It's what we do out around the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years, and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team who have helped me do this over the last few
I'm
weeks.
trying to actually
My
get the
fellow
vote
candidates
breakdown
are
for
behaving as
Clacton.
impeccably
Here we
as
go.
they have.
46%.
This is just the first step of something
The Conservative
that is going
incumbent,
to stun
Goals,
all of you.
Waitling,
Thank you very much.
27%.
Coming for Labour is what Nigel.
I'll just bring the Clacton results up on the screen there. That was very, I thought, Farage was very restrained in his victory speech, but obviously he'll be making I think, like a more bombastic speech later on.
Yeah.
So now the question is, will Farage have some friends over on the crossbench?
Good on you, Audrey. I hope the US does well as well, and Trump gets in November. We're all hoping for that. That would be it would be nice if we'd have got Farage and Trump, wouldn't it? It'd be like the Trump and Brexit in 2016 all over again.
Maybe. I just think the Democrats might well con the American election like they did the last one, but we'll see. I'm by no means sure they won't.
Yeah, I wouldn't be putting money on it, but it's. I think Trump's looking pretty good at this stage, but you never know. These guys would stoop to anything. I mean, lower than a snake's belly in a wagon rock. So
there's nothing they won't do to con it. Mate. Nothing.
No.
But
I think
Farage has been elected. That's excellent, and it was essential, and that bit's happened at least. So yeah.
So Farage has been elected. If Trump gets elected, the two of them are at least Farage is in the Parliament, and he's got a soapbox to stand on.
Yeah, I wish we had a presidential kind of thing where Farage could actually make decisions, but sadly we don't. But yeah,
they've been forced now, Sky News UK, to have reform next to in the top four, bumped off the.
Well, they got 2 seats so far.
It's funny how Sky News is in Australia. They're actually quite to the right comparatively.
Because it's owned by News Corp. Sky News UK, it's owned by Comcast, NBC, Universal, and plus they're regulated by Ofcom.
Right. Okay.
Very true. Very true. Yeah.
Why
That's
didn't
the reason
the
Sky in Australia is more right wing? Yeah. Absolutely.
Why didn't the Conservatives abolish Ofcom or reform it?
That was the whole thing. That was a great tragedy. Was not that. I mean, they just didn't do all the things. They weren't smart about it. They were reacting to stuff. It's like, we'll try and fight with Ofcom. Well,
I don't think they wanted to, mate. I don't think they wanted to. I really believe that Labour and the so-called Conservative Party in the UK are a uni party. They have minor tax differences and nothing else. In general terms, they believe in exactly the same stuff.
Okay, Jonathan Ashworth's gone down. Who's the
good?
Shadow.
Well, that's good news.
Kemi Badenoch has been re-elected.
Bad news.
So Michael Gove will be ready with her. Her website will go live tomorrow. Or today, because it's flipped
tomorrow
over
already over there.
We'll pretend she's British. Yeah.
When she made because it was on one of my feeds. Her dreads on the stage, they were much more visible than it does in their professional photo.
Surprise. Kemi Badenoch is not Anglo-Celtic, so she's not British. If you're not Anglo-Celtic, you're not British. That's my simple.
What's her background? Is she
Nigerian parents,
mostly African. Yeah, mostly African.
Okay. Yeah.
West African. It's not British. Sorry, just ain't. If I go and try and stand as Prime Minister in, I don't know, any of the West African countries like Nigeria or something like that, as a white man, no one's going to vote for me. So why should anyone in Britain vote for Kemi Badenoch? They shouldn't. She's not British. Sorry.
Well, you don't know whether who were the people that voted for her? Was it the British? I mean, some of these electorates.
Yeah, it depends where she was. Yeah, depends where she was.
Speaking of anti-whites, so Labour's candidate in Clacton, Jovan, also Nepal,
do too well.
Drank white people's tears. Well, it was his favourite drink. 16.2%. Well, he increased the vote by 0.6%. He looks like the gay Doctor Who with the way that he dresses. Oh, there's been
You'll
another
probably
reform
be in it
victory.
next year.
Reform have taken Great
Oh, good.
Yarmouth. That was the
Good,
third
good, good,
MP.
good, good.
So give me a moment
good,
to bring that up.
Good stuff.
Beautiful. Oh, a third one. It'd be lovely if
3
we got
is
like
good.
5 seats or something.
We're still waiting for this great big slew of results. There's always a period in British elections where over like an hour and a half you
Conservatives came third in
50% of them.
Great Yarmouth.
Good.
Minus 40%. So
Excellent.
they've got their foot in the door in Westminster. That was and it's not just a Tory defector anymore.
No,
It's
these are
new
people elected.
MPs.
These are being voted for. Yeah, absolutely right.
Which was the electorate again? It's still Great Yarmouth, isn't it? Which is
Great
North.
Yarmouth, yeah.
Norfolk,
Another
which is like
British seaside place.
Yeah, got smashed
East Anglia kind of thing.
Conservative incumbent.
Good.
Nice.
Good. Yeah, another British seaside place.
Yeah.
It's funny. My dad ended up in Bognor Regis. It's
Bognor,
like
another seaside town.
Yeah, so many British guys end up in seaside places because it's kind of where white flight takes them, you know?
Yeah. My father's in a place called Withernsey, which is near sort of between Hull and Grimsby or something. I think.
Yeah, Hull's quite a nice town actually. I've been to Hull. It's not a bad place.
Yeah, and his claim to fame was that Tolkien lived there for a while. I think while he was writing the Lord of the Rings or something.
That's pretty cool. But no, I've been to Hull. Hull's quite a nice town actually. I thought it was
very
quite a
flat
pleasant
there.
place. Yeah, pretty pleasant though.
Yeah, no, not bad. I don't mind. It's just when it gets windy, it's a bit because it sort of howls across the fens.
And when I was there, they still had a fishing fleet in Hull.
Right, yeah. Hull and Grimsby, with the famous. Yeah, are you old enough to remember the Cod Wars?
I certainly am, mate. Yeah, I was born in 1965. I joined the British Army in 1983.
Yeah, you're a little bit younger than me. I was born in 1963.
Oh, well, there you go. I'm 2 years younger than you, mate.
Yeah, 2 years younger than you. Yeah.
But yeah, I remember the Cod Wars and all that stuff.
Yeah, fighting Icelandic trawlers. Cod War, went to war
not
on the Cod.
playing them, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
True.
Oh, they were ramming them and everything, weren't they? Using like wood.
Well, the Icelandics were ramming our ships, and we were trying to be nice, as far as I can remember. But yeah, like we could have blown them out of the war, and we didn't. So, whatever. As always, be nice, Brits. Be nice. But I've been to Iceland, and it's not such a terrible place. So.
I've never been there, but I believe it's I wouldn't mind going.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I've been to Iceland. I've been to Denmark. Also nice. The Danes are lovely people, and they actually even like the British Army, which is not true of many places. Because they remember being liberated in 1945. So.
Right. Now they are currently one of the smartest countries in Europe. They're actually deporting their migrants, aren't they?
Yep. They have a very sane system. Yep.
And they have a left-wing government that's doing it. Amazing.
Yeah, but it's a nationalist government. That's the difference. I think we're going to get a load of results very soon.
We are now. I'm seeing it as I go back on the page, there'll probably be more. So over 200 seats declared now. Turnout is 58%. So Labour 156.
Very low.
66. The Conservatives 27. They've lost 76 seats. The Lib Dems 17. They've gained 14. Reform 3, which is a gain of 3. And then the others 7, which includes Jeremy Corbyn. So we've had the Scottish Nationals win 2 so far, and the Welsh Party has won a seat off the Conservatives.
Oh, well. Yeah,
But
we should get a lot of results coming through now, Tim. And you will notice there are very few so far in the southeast, which is generally the heartland of the Conservative Party. Those will be interesting because
what will be interesting, Duke, is that those seats are going to be places where people are swarming in, like Dover and around there, around Kent. Where
Yep,
you got,
100%.
So
100%.
those guys, and also around London, there's going to be a lot of, like the white flight Londoners who in around Essex and places like that.
Look, London is immaterial because, like, I don't think there's any seat in London which is decided by actual, like, Anglo-Celtic people. I don't think any of them are.
You have to look
the
at
southeastern seats outside London. They'll be interesting because that's the so-called conservative heartland.
The home counties, we used to call them,
Yeah, I used to live in Berkshire, so yeah, and my dad used to live in West Sussex, so yeah, they're the
beautiful places. Beautiful places. Lovely
Used to
countryside.
be. Used to be.
Last time I was in England driving around, and all you got these freaking great windmills all over the place. I'm just like,
oh yeah, the wind turbine bird killers. Yeah, I know. We love them. Britain's supposed to be a country that loves birds, and yet we put up these wind turbines that kill thousands of birds every year, and nobody gives a shit. Apparently, it's good. It's green.
Well, over here, they're bulldozing virgin forests and koala areas to put windmills in.
Yeah, I know. And we're also killing thousands of birds.
Yeah, and when you talk about it and say, look, they're breaking all the environmental regulations that we've got, they just say, well, the environmental regulations don't apply to those guys. They don't. So it's like,
they don't give a shit.
It's the old thing of like, oh yeah, we're going to kill all these whales to save them. Sorry.
You can take one of these greenies under one of these turbines and show them like 50 dead birds under it, and they'll go, oh well, shrug. I've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it.
Yeah.
They'll just shrug and say, oh well.
Yeah.
They're not really green at all. They don't give a shit about nature. They just want what they want, which is energy prices to be 5 times what they are now.
Yeah, just to pay, revenge. It's like revenge, isn't it? These people are basically like socialists. I mean, there's never been.
And they don't give a shit that, like, in China and India and Indonesia are building coal-fired power stations at the rate of like 20 a month. They don't give a shit about that.
They're all just socialists. They don't care, and they're actually their leaders. From time to time they'll make a slip up, and people will find out, and they're actually saying, "Well, we don't really care about that. We just want to redistribute wealth from white people to non-white people." It's like
I've
got another major result. Sir Michael Fabricant has lost Lichfield.
Of the Conservative Party, mate?
Yes.
Good.
And who got it? Who took it? Labour.
Labour won it in the West Midlands. So.
Oh well, okay. Not so good, but all right.
They're Conservatives.
I mean, I'm glad the Conservative lost his seat, but I really want the Reform guys to start winning some now.
There has been a revision to the exit poll by the BBC. So they reckon Labour 405, Conservatives 154, the Lib Dems 56, SNP 6, Plough 4, Reform 4, and the Greens 2.
That'll be terrible. If that's what happens, that is absolutely terrible.
I mean, looking at, obviously you said the south of England is yet to, but looking at it now, the Conservatives, they're still abysmal.
Yeah, if the Conservatives get 155 seats, Tim, that means they'll just spin this as a victory. And
We
if
would have done better if
Reform,
it wasn't for those damn.
if Reform only get 4, that is absolutely terrible.
Well, we've got 3 already, so there's a bit more
Yeah,
to go.
exactly. But if they only get 4,
Yeah.
and
Having said
the
that, look,
Conservatives get 155, that's a
yeah.
disaster.
Yeah, but
That's
at the same,
for our side,
Yeah.
like the real right. That's a disaster.
it is. But look, what do you expect? Like in the UK, for a small party to get, like you saw before, they were getting like twice as much as the Conservatives up in the northeast and everything. For a small party to get any seats is almost impossible. And for them,
I agree.
like they've only really
I agree.
Farage came on board 2 weeks, a month ago, a month and a half ago, or something.
Yep.
They've had virtually no time to prepare. So what they've done,
I agree with everything you're saying, but if the Conservatives keep 155 seats, the whole 0 seats thing has been a disaster. And if Reform only get 4, that's a disaster too.
Yeah, I would be, I'd really like to see them getting like 20 seats or something. That would be fantastic. But
my deal was Conservatives needed to get under 100. Reform need at very least 8 seats, least.
Yeah. Well, look, the point is, no matter how many each of those get, Labour has basically got an open checkbook. Yeah.
Oh, for sure, but that was always going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that's
that was
a disaster.
just a given,
That's the big disaster, as far as I'm concerned, because they're just going to go in there with the wrecking ball and do everything they can, because this is what they do. They don't just want to change things; they want to change things permanently so that they can't get back. This has been ever since Blair. That's been the wrecking ball thing.
Yeah, totally
it's not. Yeah, it's not just been we want to get our agenda in and show people how good it is for next time. It's like no, we want to wreck things so that the other guys can't put it back together.
Yeah, no, look, I totally agree, but I mean, Labour were always going to walk this election, given how hated Rishi Sunak's so-called Conservatives were. They were always going to do that. But what made this election interesting, and still does, is can the Conservatives go under 100 seats? If they keep 150 plus seats, that's a disaster for the 0 seats campaign. And if Reform don't get at least 8, that's really bad, to be honest. It just is.
Yeah, it'll be very sad. I'll be devastated if they don't get, if they get less than 8.
Yeah, the Reform need at least 8 seats, and the Conservatives getting over 150. What's wrong with people, for God's sake?
Yeah.
If that happens, which maybe it won't, this is all predictions. It's not actual votes, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'm not. I won't hold out too much hope, but look, fingers crossed. We'll see how it pans out. At least we got Farage in. He'll have 2 or 3 MPs, and he can make a bit of noise. It's something.
No.
So it's more. It's not enough. Not enough. But like breaking into
like I said, if the Conservatives get over 150 MPs, they'll just spin this as a victory. Basically, they will.
Yeah. But look, I mean, the thing with politics is that you can't just jump in 6 weeks before an election and hope to do that much. You've got to start. The reform has got to start looking now towards 2029, is it, when the next one will be?
Sure.
And they've got 4 years to start building an organisation, because that's what you need to win the seats. It's simple as that. So, and in the meantime, things are going to get terrible. So that give them assuming that people can still vote in 2029. I mean, who the hell would know?
Yeah. And also assuming we don't get in a war with Russia and get nuclear annihilation in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, or AI gets up and starts terminating the whole lot of us.
I suspect nuclear annihilation is more likely, but
yeah. Look, there's a few things going on at the moment that could make things rather uncomfortable for us.
I could well see us getting in a war with Russia over the next couple of years with Sir Keir Starmer in charge, and all of Britain being like, we'll get like 24 Russian nukes going off across Britain, and that'll be the end of Britain, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't take that many.
Everyone will die.
It doesn't take that many to plunge the world into a nuclear winter either. But there was quite.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do know about 12 medium-yield nukes over Britain would basically kill everyone in the country. But let's keep fucking annoying Putin. I reckon we should keep doing it because I want to see 40 million people killed.
Yeah. On the one hand, they say this guy's an absolute psychopathic lunatic dictator who's utterly crazy, and on the other hand, it's like, oh yeah, but he'd never use nuclear weapons, so it doesn't matter.
No, he'd never do it. No, he never would.
Yeah, he's completely lunatic.
Even as we kill women, children, and babies on beaches.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Right? There was someone was saying this. There was some famous scientist. He made this statement of where is everyone, right? And what he meant by that is there's so many stars in the galaxy and in the and beyond that there should be intelligent life. It's almost, and most of the galaxy is much older than us. It's like surely there must have an interstellar travel wouldn't be that hard. So surely there should be people here by now, aliens here by now, come to see us. And the wisdom that against that was that intelligent life, given enough time, will always exterminate itself. And I'm starting to think that maybe that's true, because I mean, you got how many? You've got 8 billion people on the planet, and the people in charge, you're always going to get some lunatic. And once you have the technology to do it, some idiot's going to push that frigging button. So.
Could be.
And you remember back in the 70s, early 80s, I don't know if you were in England then, what was it? The 3-minute warning? Was it? Or the 4-minute warning? What did they
I was in the army back then. But,
yeah, so they always talked about the 3-minute warning. And my
first girlfriend, worried about it much.
My first girlfriend was petrified of it. We had a petrochemical plant, not, it was a few miles away, and sometimes you hear the alarms would go off there. It was an escape of gas or something, and she'd be like, cowering under her bed. It's like, oh god, it's a 3-minute warning, the bombs are coming. I've been trying to capitalize on it and say, hey, come on, let's have a good time before we get here.
We used to have an immediate action in the army. If a Soviet nuke went off, you bent over and kissed your ass goodbye.
Goodbye, yeah.
It was like we never took it very serious.
No.
Because what was the point?
I'd take it more seriously today than we did then.
Maybe, yeah.
Tory education.
Well, back then, the foreign ministers and defense ministers used to talk to each other, and now they don't. And we're run by Biden's morons. And I mean, Biden doesn't even know what day it is.
They're actually sensible people. They were actually sensible men who didn't dress up in dresses.
And
then expect other people to take them seriously. I mean, look at his Rachel Devine. Have you seen his admiral? Holy frig!
Oh yeah, I've seen that thing.
Oh dear! Oh man!
Mitch, can I ask you, Mitch, how many seats have been declared so far, Mitch?
There's 406 yet to declare, so that's what.
Oh, so we've only had about 150 then.
No, about 244.
Oh, okay. Right. So about
of which 180 are Labour.
No surprise. But we've had about a third of the seats.
Around that, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to work out, like, we haven't yet had, I'm guessing in like an hour, we'll kind of know pretty much what's going on. But at the moment, we still don't, because there's a lot more undeclared seats than there are declared ones.
Yeah, apparently Reform are making a lot of noise about Pontefract, which is Yvette Cooper's seat. They reckon they've won against her. You've already got Jonathan Ashworth, who's the Shadow Pension Secretary, who's been voted out by an independent. So that's him gone because of sectarian stuff. If Reform actually managed to win against Yvette Cooper, I'll take Cannock Chase being lost for that, just because it's... I mean, imagine losing a Home Secretary amidst otherwise declaring victory. So
it's pretty good.
But yeah, the way things are going, it doesn't look like Reform's going to get a double-digit number of seats. So that's a black pill.
Yeah, it's not so good. And does it still look like the Conservatives are going to get something like 150? I
don't think that many. I'll probably somewhere between 100 and 150. They're not going to. They're still going to have triple-digit number of seats. So
that's a shame. That's a shame.
Yeah, well, I'm blaming the boomers on this one because they're the ones who's still going into October. So
I guess, yeah.
And the Hindus
Also,
as well. Don't forget the Hindus.
The fake right should also be blamed. Because obviously, when Farage restated his views on the Russia-Ukraine war, you had Konstantin Kisin of trigonometry.
Yeah, I remember.
This has ruined him now. And with these intellectual dark web types and the talk TV, they want the Conservatives to remain. So it's always, nothing's ever fixed, and so they can just talk about really, safe topics like what is a woman, basically.
Konstantin Kishin, of course, is not Jewish. No way. Is he?
And he's not Ukrainian.
Never. No, never. But yeah, never.
Suella Braverman has been re-elected in her seat, so she'll be launching her bid tomorrow.
Lovely.
Bid for Prime Minister, you mean?
Richard Tice has won his seat.
Yes.
Skegness.
That's a shame.
Well,
Tice is the only person in Reform I didn't want to win. But yeah.
All right, let's have a look at how well he did.
Tice is the only guy I didn't want to win in Reform, to be honest. Testable, man. But yeah.
But sheer numbers, like if there was proportional representation, then reform would be looking pretty good, hey? For a party that's been going for 5 minutes.
Well, they've been going for like several years, but it's Farage coming back, which energized them. And I mean, without Farage, none of this would have happened, because I've never met anyone who likes Richard Tice, but it's just me.
So they've won 4. The BBC reckons that's it.
Well, we'll see.
What
it's an awful lot of seats to declare to say that's it, to be honest. But,
I know.
We'll get some surprises.
Yeah.
The problem that's coming in are, like you say, the more conservative type seats where they probably have more chance.
The problem, as I see it, is like Mitch was saying, for them to get to double figures now, to get to 10, it's going to be bloody hard. That's
unlikely. Very unlikely. Yeah, but it's amazingly badly skewed, hey, where you got this system where they're probably going to get something like.
Look, they're going to get a huge number of votes, but not many MPs. Whereas people like the Lib Dems and the SNP are going to get vastly less votes, but far more MPs. So at least Farage will be able to turn around and say, look, this system ain't fair. But then I'm not totally sure I like proportional representation. But, you know, whatever.
No.
I guess.
No, because you end up like Italy then.
Yeah, you end up with a lot of coalition governments, and yeah, there are issues with proportional representation, but yeah.
I'd rather have dodgy coalition governments than have what we've got now, where we have 35% voting for a government who's going to have an absolute majority to do whatever he wants. I'd rather have proportional. I'd rather have proportional representation than that. So I'd rather take the
No, I see your point, Mitch. I do see your point.
So,
though under proportional
definitely see your
representation,
point.
people would vote differently because a lot of under first past the post, there's a lot of tactical voting.
Yeah.
Do we want to hear Richard Tice's speech?
I don't, but I'm sure some people do. I detest Tice. He's the one reform guy I hope didn't win. But, you know, that's just me. I don't think it's a good thing he's in the parliamentary party, because Tice was the guy who was pushing all these diversity ads and all this other.
And he was also
stuff.
happy for Hope Not Hate to do the party's vetting.
Yep, that was Tice too. Yes, it was.
I think only.
What was that, Tim? He was happy for Hope Not Hate to do what?
Tice was happy for Hope Not Hate to vet their candidates for them.
Every time Hope Not Hate said somebody had said something naughty at some stage, Tice just said, "Yeah, you're out of the party." Because Tice is an arsehole. I don't like him at all. But, you know. Farage, I think, is fairly based. Tice is not.
What relationship do you like? Obviously, they when they're together, like they're basically, you know, the best of buddies. Do you think there's tension there? Because
for sure.
But it's basically Tice was basically the, you know, just the, it was like reform for 4 years was just a vanity project of his, poured in £1 million of his money.
Well, yeah, but Farage owned it because it's a company, and Farage owned the majority of it. So Tice was never more than a caretaker. But I'm pretty sure that they don't get on all that great, because how could they? You know, like Tice has been there for 4 years. Farage just thinks, okay, I'm coming back into British politics. And Tice is like kicked to one side, quite rightly, because he's useless, but it's not going to make him feel nice about Farage, you know? And I was watching one of the Lotus Eaters podcasts, and one of these dudes has friends in reform, and they were telling him that the diversity ads that came out over the last week or so were Tice's idea, and Farage didn't like them at all. But Farage has so much power, but only so much, and couldn't actually stop them without a big public row, which obviously you can't do just before a general election. The only thing I hope is that Farage, especially now he's been elected, will put Tice in his place, because Tice is an arsehole. He's not pro-British. He just wants reform to be a Mark II Conservative party. Whereas I think Farage, who wrote and rewrote most of the Reform Manifesto before it was issued. Farage, I think, has some good ideas and some good thoughts, but he needs to get rid of idiots like Tice, who just want Reform to be a Mark II Conservative Party, which will never work.
He seems to be just because obviously he's been a UKIP at Brexit MEP, is more about the economic agenda. He's more a classical liberal.
Yeah, I think he's a classical liberal and a big business dude. And that's not what we as Anglo-Celtic people need in Britain. It's just not. We need someone who's a nationalist. But, you know, that's in my humble opinion. But there we go.
So let's go back to the tally. Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat to Labour.
Oh, good.
That's it. That's
good.
That could be a
So
sign of what's going to happen in the South. Because I think
detestable Penny Mordaunt, good.
Yeah, her mobile to campaign mobile was "Vote Penny to save your pennies." She always does a pun. Like her leadership campaign was PM for PM.
Good, I'm glad she's gone. Hateful.
So I don't know where the Conservatives. So it's 315 seats. I don't know where these Conservative seats are going to magically get up to, like 100, 130, 140.
Yeah, we can hope. If they get under 100, good. And if Reform can get at least 8, good.
Richard Holden, the Tory chair, held his seat, so that's another damn.
Yeah, 20 votes. He won by just 20
Whoa, 20 votes.
That's close.
To be fair, that seat was one of the safest in the country, and it's been reduced down to 20 votes. So it is pretty bad because I'm thinking everyone thought Labour were going to take it, given the Tory councillors in the area weren't campaigning for the Tory candidate at all.
Therese Coffey has just lost her seat to the Greens, Suffolk Coastal. She'll be obviously. Well, what's her favourite? Spend more time with her diet of cigarettes and alcohol.
That's not a bad diet, but all right.
Yeah, Lucy Fraser has lost her seat to the Lib Dems. Veterans Minister Johnny Mercer has lost his seat to Labour.
Good. Good.
So Reform is actually, how many has Reform got? 4, did you say?
4 at the moment.
So they're up with the Scottish Nationalist Party, which is...
Oh, this is Sky. Why can't Sky just, like, there's clearly room for more parties on their banner here.
Yeah, just on the, yeah.
Yeah, the BBC, they've got Reform. They're able to fit in Reform. But they haven't, they're very slow, the BBC website. They haven't updated to Tice's seat to 4.
Right.
Yeah, they're very anti-reform because the BBC are the biased brainwashing corporation.
Yeah.
British bashing corporation.
Yeah, pretty much. If anyone hates the British, it's the BBC. But,
do you remember their the head of the BBC about 2005 or something like that? And he said that when he got in and he walked around, he said it was just disgustingly white.
Imagine that in a Northern European nation.
Disgustingly white.
Yeah,
so he said
imagine
about
that
changing
in a
that.
Northern European nation.
Yeah, he would have got along well with Yusuf Hamza, or whatever his name is, the Scottish First Minister. Hey?
It's funny though, but if you go to like Africa or Asia, you tend to find those countries are full of Africans and Asians. So why Europe shouldn't be full of Europeans, I'm not quite sure.
No one minds that for some reason. It's quite acceptable. China for the Chinese.
That's all right. But you can't say Britain for the British. Strange.
Yeah, be arrested for that.
You can even say Israel for the Israelis, but not Britain for the British. It's funny, right?
Yeah.
So there's a funny joke on Twitter that Penny Mordaunt has died by her sword. Because of course she was the sword carrier at the coronation.
Yeah.
I mean, she was good at the royal stuff.
Wow. Yeah, she had something to hold it in, but I don't really think women should have to carry swords at all. But I'm not in favor of women warriors myself.
No.
Because they're crap at it. They just are really bad at it.
Yeah. Well, it's not what they do. It's not what they do. They're good at lots of things, but fighting.
Yeah, women are good at many things. Fighting ain't one of them.
No, which you wouldn't know that if you watch TV. And you see
well, I don't watch TV, and I haven't watched TV for at least about 6 years.
I don't watch either, but there's sort of all these female warriors on there doing kung fu and kicking everyone to bits.
I just don't watch those movies. I can't. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
239.46. Yeah.
Well, look at the vote share. So Labour is down to 37.6. The Conservatives 22.2, Reform 15.5%, Lib Dems 10.1, and the Greens 6.9.
Is this the total percentage of votes in England, like so far?
The whole of the United Kingdom so far.
That's amazing. Like 15%, and they get 4 seats. And the Lib Dems have got 10%, and they got 23 seats, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, it just shows you how.
And the Labour landslide, they've increased by 1.4%.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. So,
but on the other hand, Reform are not as high as their poll numbers said they would be so far. I mean, that may change.
Although it was only a few polls that had them on 19%.
I saw polls that had them on 18, 19, and 20%. But,
there were other polls which had them down at 12, 13%.
Yeah, I never believed that. I thought that was always bullshit. And it was usually polls that had a reason to do that because they were pro-conservative or what have you. But at the moment, they're not. Reform are not at the moment getting the vote share that I would have liked to have seen got, which would have been at least 18%, and then they're about 3% under that at the moment.
In Bristol Central, which the Greens won, Kelly J. Keane, her party of women, she was standing as a candidate there, got 196 votes, 0.5%. I always thought that party was just a vanity project, and also helped sell her more merch.
Probably, yeah, probably.
They haven't mentioned the Monster Raving Loony Party, have they?
What is? Are they even?
There's a guy who ran it. Who was the guy that ran it? He was called Lord. He calls himself Lord something. It just
Lord Sosh or something like that. Yeah, but didn't he die? I thought he died.
But it was just it was almost like a Monty Python-esque sort of joke. But their policies were actually more sensible than most of the Labour and Conservative ones. But they called it the Monster Raving Loony Party. And, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the dude who ran it, Screaming Lord Such.
Screaming
I think
Lord
he
Such,
died.
that was the guy, yeah.
I think he died. I think
Yeah,
he
might
did.
be.
Is Count Beanface part of the Monster Raving Loony Party?
I have no idea, mate.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yes. Obviously, there'll be a lot of on Count Beanface, and as I put up before, got the endorsement of the tabloid, the Daily Star, and also the endorsement of 80s pop star Kim Wilder.
Oh, what, Kids of America, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah, she was from. I went to Enfield because I was working there, and yes, I remember her. Oh, I never met her, but I knew people that knew her. Same seat.
she's touring down under later this year. I keep getting ads for Live Nation in my Facebook feed. They're Meta knows that I like her music.
It's scary what your computer knows about you, mate.
Though it
Mitch,
also,
Mitch, when is Sunak's seat going to be announced? Any idea?
All I've heard was he's arrived at the count. That's all I've heard.
Ah, okay. Do they think he's going to win?
Probably.
That's no good, mate. But yeah, well, that's a shame. I was so hoping Sunak would lose his seat. But yeah.
Miriam Cates has lost.
Sunak loses, it'll save us a by-election when he buggers off to get more money somewhere else.
Oh, look, I think he'll do that within 6 months anyway. He'll be out to California within 6 months.
Yeah, so then you'll have to take the by-election.
Another Rishi Sunak California meme that I saw is him having a run for the Republicans in the 2026 gubernatorial election and losing that as well. Because
Don't you just love the internet, eh?
yeah, California is a one-party state, so if he probably wanted the Republican nomination, he'd probably get it.
Well, I mean, also Sunak comes from a poo superpower, so I mean, yeah. The power of poo.
He's just missed out on Pride Month in California, San Francisco. That cover of my show. Less the said about that, the better.
Apparently, they're getting worse, Tim. I did watch this chick on X, on Twitter, and she was pointing out that when she went to this Pride Parade in California, which, you know, she shouldn't have gone to it, but she was pointing out that the guys there were absolutely naked and walking through the streets with erections and stuff like that. And there's little kids on the pavement, you know, on the sidewalk. But apparently that's okay.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
You've got to celebrate that, yeah. It's enrichment.
Just like, how do they allow that in front of children? I don't understand that. I really don't.
Well,
apparently,
if you meet the people making the rules, you probably would understand it.
Apparently, it is illegal to be naked in San Francisco, but not to be engaged in lewd and lascivious conduct.
Oh, dear.
Or to poop on the sidewalk, apparently.
Well, I've heard from enough of my American friends how much CRAP there is on sidewalks in American cities. But,
San Francisco is amongst the worst I've heard.
Aubrey says we don't want him, Rishi Sunak, in the US.
Come on, Aubrey.
I don't blame Aubrey for not wanting Rishi Sunak, but yeah.
Even over Joe Biden.
I don't know that he would be an improvement even on Joe Biden, as low tier as that is. But...
yeah, could he jump over a bar even that low? Who would know?
It's just sad to me that these are our political leaders, for God's sake. But
Yeah, well, look, when you say political leaders, I mean these are the puppets up front. You know, the real people in power. You don't see them on your TV screens. The people in power.
This is true.
These are the guys who just, you know, they're the front men. They don't have they don't have power. It gets.
I mean, anyone who fought that senile Joe Biden around America, who watched that debate with Donald Trump, now knows that senile Joe Biden probably doesn't even run his own toilet schedule or never anything else. But,
yeah, I'm shock horror. Who would have thought it?
Yeah, who would have believed that?
Yeah, and it looks like the press were lying to us all along. Yeah, and, amazing. Yeah. I mean, basically, we knew he was senile in bloody 2020, didn't we?
Yeah.
You know, and here we are 4 years later. It's like now it's just and up till, you know, like even up till a few weeks ago, they were denying it. They were denying it a few weeks ago, and then,
the lefty Democrats were for sure.
Then suddenly the world gets to see. I mean, how much damage must that have done to the credibility with the normies? Really? I mean, I think
it's a bit like pretending Hillary Clinton is a human being rather than
a reptile.
Thing. Yeah, exactly.
An honest human being, anyway.
Or any sort of human being.
Yeah. And
Mitch, how are we going for results, mate?
So we are tipped over. We've got half of them now. So 365 declared. So Labor 264, net gain of 121. The Conservatives 50. They've lost 135. So that's over with. So if the BBC projection is correct, the Conservatives have got to win another 80 seats. Lib Dems on 33, the SNP on 4, and Reform still on 4.
The SNP's got 2.5% of the vote, and they've got as many seats as Reform with 12.5% of the vote.
Yeah, well, I mean, Scotland is very overrepresented in any case, apart from anything else. Like, Scotland has far more MPs than it should have for its population. I mean, that goes back to the Act of Union in the 1700s.
I'm surprised at that, because when the union happened, a lot of people don't realise this, but it was just Scots that wanted the union, not far more than the English.
They did, but at the same time, they made sure that they were overrepresented.
It must have been good negotiators.
That's true. That's still true. Scotland is hugely, like, if Scotland was a bit of England, it would only have about half the MPs it has.
Well, I didn't know that.
True story. True story. It's very overrepresented.
Yeah, it's very underpopulated, Scotland. There's actually not that many people live there.
Well, there's only about 5.5 million Scots, and there are many great Scots, by the way. I've got great Scottish friends, but it's only got about 5.5 million people. If it was part of England, it would only have half as many MPs as it has. It's
how come there is this overrepresentation?
It goes back to the Act of Union, Tim, when Scotland and England joined together. The negotiations for that made Scotland overrepresented.
And nothing that can never be changed.
Well, I suppose it could be, but it's very unlikely, given the only thing England has done to Scotland is give it more independence, basically. So don't see that happening, do you? Even Wales is overrepresented compared to England for the number of voters they have. Like, there are more Welsh MPs than there really should be. if you were strictly going on the same number that England gets.
You're talking about in the House of Commons.
Yes, yes.
And then they have their own, what is it, at the...
Well, that was a Blair thing, of
SMPs.
course. Yeah, but that was a Blair thing. Until Blair came in, they didn't have their own thing. But they were overrepresented in the House of Commons, which, of course, gave them more influence than they otherwise would have had. But when Blair came in, he gave them independence, but he did that on purpose because Blair wanted to break up the United Kingdom because he's a globalist. Doesn't like the British, wanted to break it up. And I mean, Britain's too small as it is in some respects, but if you broke it into 3 bits or 4 bits, it would be even more ridiculously too small, you know?
Yeah. The BBC has again reforecasted. So Conservatives 144, Labour 410, Liberal Democrat 58, SNP 8. They've got Reform still on 4, and others still on 6.
Of all the people I wouldn't trust, him, the BBC would be the number one.
But
that
I want to
would
see
not
like,
trust.
how wrong they are.
Yeah. I like of all the people I wouldn't trust, the biased brainwashing corporation would be my number one.
And how sad's that? Because when I was young, the BBC still had a reputation of trust. People trusted the BBC quite rightly. You know, they were pretty reliable.
Mate, in the 1970s, maybe, but not now. No way.
Yeah, no, not now. No, for sure. No, they're just disgusting.
They just hate the real Anglo-Celtic British people. If you're white, the BBC hates you, basically. Yeah.
There's a guy, who was the guy, I'm trying to remember, some YouTuber who was a very based sort of YouTuber, and he was good, you know, and he said he actually applied at one point back in the early 2000s or something. He said he applied out of college. He'd done like, media and stuff at college and multimedia and stuff. And he got a degree. He was very qualified and he's very articulate. And he said he applied to the BBC for a job. And he said he went through a couple of applications. He put in an initial application, and then he said he put in an application. I can't remember. They sort of asked what ethnicity are you, or they discovered what ethnicity he was. As soon as they discovered he was white, it was like boom. He said they dropped you like it wasn't even a reply, and it was just like boom. No, you're gone. You know, like so. He reckoned it was like even in that day, it was shocking. But
no surprise.
Yeah, and when you watch TV in the UK now, there's almost no British people on there. You know, it's just amazing.
Very true. Very true. Very true.
Most who have never been to the UK would be shocked at how diverse it is now, to use that language.
Especially, I think a lot of people go like the airport, Heathrow Airport. Oh my God, I think that's one that it's like being in a third world airport. Heathrow is horrible, and it's just you like everyone around you is wearing a burqa or like some weird thing. It's just I hate being Heathrow. And it was weird because Dubai Airport, there's actually quite a lot of white people and Europeans walking around in Dubai Airport, and you go to Heathrow. And it's the opposite. You're almost on your own. I was quite surprised. So I'm sure it hasn't improved since I was there last, which was about 5 years later. So what's coming up now, Tim? Any more results?
Well, I think we're getting towards the home stretch now. So I guess what we're hanging out for is whether Reform. Mitch is the nerd here. He'll know if Reform are in with a chance for another seat, because that's what we're all hanging out for, and we're also hanging out for if the Conservatives land on under 100 seats, which I think is still a possibility. So 391 seats have been declared, Labour 283, so they'll obviously get close to that majority very shortly. I think and obviously Labour's vote's down to 37%, but look at the Greens' vote. They are at 7%. They've increased their vote by 4.4%. Lib Dems actually, even though they're winning seats, they're down.
And the green vote, the increase will be the Muslim vote.
Yeah, it will be.
So
in terms of like having a target vote, they've done extremely well.
Yeah, but next time Palestine probably won't be there. Who knows? So it's they've done well on this one. But I wouldn't say that's a trend. So they've jumped on an issue and picked it up.
Disappointing evening, a disappointing night, I would say, for anyone on the right so far. Not enough Reform MPs, far too many Conservatives getting back in. Not a good evening.
Another 10% or so of the vote across the board would have got them a whole lot. Hey.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you reckon that the gatekeepers, I should check what Konstantin Kisin is saying on. He's often very smug when he claims that he's right. I retweeted Farage, said, like him or not, he's absolutely right about this. Because Farage told Jordan Peterson, I'm going to do absolutely nothing for the black community. I couldn't give a damn.
Good.
If you're black, white, gay, or straight, I really don't care. You'll be judged by your character, your ability, contribution to society.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't do anything for them either, but the difference is I'd remigrate them. But yeah, that would be me.
Oh, look at I've got his feed up. Konstantin Kisin, one of his hilarious jokes. Just voted Go Green, Allah Akbar.
That's really funny.
I think I watched a couple of Trigonometry when it first started, but it was just pompous, elitist stuff. Like, how's it got so popular?
They're totally containment. And his Oppo is like a thick idiot. Like, he's even more thick than Constantine is. The other guy, I don't even know why he's there, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I think. Why is there two of them?
The reason he's popular is probably the same reason that Ben Shapiro is popular.
Could be. Yeah, could be. I mean, look, I was arguing with somebody yesterday, and I was trying to say to somebody that Ben Shapiro cares more about Israel than he does America, which, any sane person would say Ben Shapiro cares more about Israel than he does the USA, because he just does. But I was arguing with this relatively intelligent person who said, oh, no, I've never seen that, And because it was a girl, like, I couldn't turn around and say, oh, fuck off, you idiot. I just said, all right, whatever. It's like, whatever.
Yeah.
But, yeah, people watch stuff and don't see the same thing I do. And I don't get it sometimes.
And Konstantin Kisin, he's an immigrant, and he tells native Brits how they should feel. But if you disagree with him, then he gaslights and say, you're trying to silence my free speech.
Yeah.
And Konstantin Kisin, is he living in the UK?
Oh, yeah.
Why is he based?
Yeah. He's a British citizen. Well,
right.
He and his family were basically exiled from, the old Soviet Union, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's not dead keen on going back to Ukraine because they'd probably shove him in a trench somewhere.
He's a studio. This is the thing about Konstantin Kisin, Douglas Murray. they're all studio boys, so they talk about a civilizational in their studio while the plebs on the front line are getting killed. Yeah,
I have to say that Douglas Murray, when he was wearing his flak jacket, standing in Israel, nowhere near any fighting, saying, "My God, we've got to help Israel," which much more strongly than he's ever said anything about Britain, of course. I was impressed, I really was. But
they're about to announce Jeremy Hunt's the results of his seat.
Oh, let's hope he loses. Please let him lose.
Yeah. My audience should have figured out by now that when I talked about him, when I said Jeremy Cunt Hunt, it was a it's a deliberate slip.
Yeah.
Because he was for a full Wuhan COVID lockdown. His wife's
He's
Chinese.
A scumbag. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and he spoke with that COVID lockdown extremist group, Independent Stage, and spoke to them about how great the welding of the apartments was.
Yeah, I think we should have all been welded into our homes and machine gunned if we opened a window. That's what I think.
That's the great thing about China. They can do that.
For a bad flu.
And Nadine Dorries, Nadine Dorries said that he was in favor of dragging infected people out of their homes into camps.
Yeah, COVID was an eye opener for a lot of people. It did red pill a lot of people. COVID. I know. I was chatting with someone who they had a relative over in the UK. This was in Australia, and it was someone sort of on the street kind of interaction. And this person was talking about their relative in the UK, and they had a son. They said they were having a real battle at the moment. They said they had a son who was killed on a motorcycle, and the battle they were having was because when they got the death certificate back, it said that the cause of death was COVID-19. Now,
they did that quite often. There was a gangster killed in New Zealand who was shot dead, but because he had the China virus, they said that's how he died.
Imagine what it takes to get a coroner to actually lie like that. That's just incredible. Like a coroner, just
no surprise, really.
Worsley Eccles, that's in Manchester. Sheffield.
What's happening here?
Conservative held on to.
This is the Indian banker himself, Rishi Sunak.
Elected. Congratulations, and we address the stand.
He's won.
So the Prime Minister
Oh,
both
another.
Good morning. Can I start by thanking
fuck off, you Indian packy bastard.
Luckily you're not in the UK saying the P word.
I'd also like to thank the police who ensured
I'd get in
that this
trouble.
ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety.
Piss off, you ass.
The court night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the
Piss
people
off
of
to California, you
for
scumbag.
your continued support. Since I moved
Thank
here,
you for supporting us when we carried on bringing in boat people.
I feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your member of
by-election.
I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my
Please,
opponents.
someone kick him in the face in Minecraft.
Campaigns.
In Minecraft, of course.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
Oh, of course you have, because you're a uni party. You're both left-wing bastards, really.
On all sides.
Both left-wing anti-British
bastards.
Who got 60? Who got 20%? Oh, no.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on.
Yeah, you just go more left-wing. I know. Good. See
Many
you, mate.
good, hard-working Conservative
Yeah, I
councillors,
wouldn't want to be.
despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities. I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all.
Oh, there you go. He's about to go to California with his multi-millionaire wife.
Thank you.
From India.
He's basically resigning, saying he's going to go.
Another, yeah. He dreams of
Evil
California.
shitbag.
He dreams of Californication.
Yeah.
California dreaming. Oh, yeah.
So where we are at now, so that is genuinely disappointing that both Sunak and Hunt survived.
Big time.
So what have we got now, John? Put some results. Tim, where are we at? How many have we got in?
431, and so Labor, well, they're very close to official majority. So 305, net gain of 139. The Conservatives 64 lost 155 seats. The Liberal Democrats on 40. They've gained 35. The SNP on 4 lost 28, and Reform are still on 4.
SNP have had quite a wipeout, hey?
It was expected because they've been exposed as corrupt, basically. The fact that Nicola Sturgeon's ex-husband was basically misappropriating the Scottish independence referendum fundraising, and they were digging in their backyard.
Yeah, and then they put Yusuf Hamza in, who bagged them all the Scots out for being white. So yeah, that was probably a bit of a not to be expected, but it's a pretty fair wipeout.
Yumza Husif, the Pakistani the kill.
don't even. I don't even want an image like that in my mind, please.
Dear.
Oh dear. Yeah.
So funny.
It's amazing. If you just went back 100 years and you went back in time and told people where the UK would be at this stage,
not even 100 years, mate. I tell you, my great grandfather went across on D+3, and if he knew what Britain looked like today, he would have stayed home. I guarantee it, and I guarantee that 95% at least of all those British soldiers would have stayed home. They would have said, "Nah, we're not fighting for this."
Well, what were they fighting for? I mean, I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly.
The First World War, especially.
It's happened, the mass migration from the former empire since the end of the Second World War. So it's been a form of reverse colonialism, because was the thinking at the time, well, they were part of our empire and our Commonwealth, so they're one of us.
No one thought that, Tim. No one.
Then how come they were all invited in?
I have no idea, mate. I mean, like let's give you an example closer to home. Papua New Guinea was an Australian colony, up until the 1970s. Did people in Australia think that all Papua New Guinea guys should be able to move to Australia? I don't think they did. I think they thought they should probably look after them a bit, and make their life a little bit better. But there was no idea in Australia that all Papua New Guinea guys should be able to move to Aussie. That was never the idea.
I've never figured that one out, Duke. What was behind that? Because I think it was about 47. They passed this law that said everyone in the Commonwealth would have the right to come to the UK.
Oh, under the Labour Party, under
Attlee.
Yeah, under Attlee.
Now, why did he do that?
Absolutely,
I mean,
yes, they did. But, you know, they
why?
hated the British people because they were socialists. Not as bad as the modern socialists, but they still really hated the British people.
But why? Why? Like, this is strange, you know. Like, I mean, why would they? You know, I mean, the Labour Party weren't anti-British in that day. I don't believe. When I was younger.
Oh, yeah, they were, mate. Largely, they were. They were always against any sort of British power. They were against the empire. They were against everything. And at the same time, they were willing to invite oodles of black and brown people into the UK. You know, look what they did. Don't look at what they said. Look what they did. You know.
Yeah, and they passed that law, and then 5 minutes later, the freaking Windrush turns up, and then it was all on from there, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And even in that day, it was a trickle. You know, it was nothing. I mean, even
Yeah, it was relatively small numbers, but why allow any? Why allow
Asians? The Ugandan Asians.
You can go through any video of Britain in the 1940s and the 1950s, and there is no diversity whatsoever. None.
No.
In terms of like brown and black people. There just were none.
Maybe in central London, if you know, like
even then, hardly any. Hardly
very
any.
rare. But according to the BBC, in the Roman times, we had loads of them.
Oh yes, that was. So apparently,
even
black
that's been
people
disputed.
are
But
indigenous to everywhere, and white people are indigenous to nowhere.
surprisingly enough, it's funny that, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's funny that.
Yeah, one of the oldest nations in the world as well, England. I mean, there's not many nations around today that were around in 1900. To be honest with you, you know.
Well, there's quite a few, but they've all been vastly changed, and all the ones that have been vastly changed
as they are
white, basically European nations.
Oh, no, look, there's lots of nations that have changed. You know, even countries like Turkey, the whole of the Middle East. I mean, none of those countries existed. Even Turkey didn't exist. It was the Ottoman Empire. There was, Belgium didn't exist. Germany didn't exist. There's a lot of countries that are, didn't predate 1900 or shortly before then. Certainly, the 1880s, 1890s, there was not many of the countries on the planet today were around there, in the present form. So, yeah, England
not
is
in the present
ancient
form, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trying to see,
Okay.
looking for any reform updates. There's nothing, no info whether they can win another one. So 4 would be, very disappointing.
Very disappointing, especially if the Conservatives get anywhere near 150, which, looks like that might happen.
So there has been 455 declared Labor, just short of a majority, 318. The Conservatives 70, the Liberal Democrats 41, SNP 4, Reform 4. The Conservatives, they'll still be pleased with 22% of the vote.
Yeah.
And they'll just say, well, this is just the passage of time took its toll. It was its time factor.
They'll spin it as a win.
Yeah, we came back after John Major lost in 1997. Took us a while, but we'll survive.
Yeah,
that's what
there's no destruction of the Conservative Party, the so-called in air quotes Conservative Party. No destruction of it hasn't happened.
Is it just all of the old pensioners who are voting for them?
I don't know who's voting for them, Tim. I can't even think. I wouldn't vote for them if you paid me any more than I'd vote for the social.
What was it Lee Anderson said that even if Rishi Sunak gave, like, you know, like showered all British homes with £1 million, he still wouldn't win.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't know who's voting for these twats. I really
And
don't.
it's never worked by a desperate government, a desperate party to simply buy people's votes. They just stop believing.
Yeah, pretty much. How long do you want to carry on with this stream, Tim? Because I've got to say, I'm not sure there's much point now, because we can kind of see the Labour Party is going to win, but we knew that anyway. But if we sit here for another 2 hours, we might see maybe 1 or 2 more Reform wins, but I'm not
Well,
sure.
if you're knackered, we can call it a day.
I'm just thinking it's like we knew Labour were going to win before we even started. I think what we can say is the Conservatives have not done as badly as we would like them to have done, and
Which was always a
Reform has not
possibility,
done as well as we would like them to have done. But you know, that's just my view.
I am disappointed, but it's still Reform has done better at this election than UKIP ever did. Having 4.
Oh yeah, they've got at least 4 MPs, and I have some hope they might end up with 5 or 6. But that was kind of my minimum hope for them. You know,
it's a pretty good. If you just look at the percentages, that's pretty encouraging. Like they're up there. You know, like not
in
really.
terms of votes, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
AFD and you know, what was Marine Le Pen? She got about 34 or something like that. But she's been around for a long time. You know, AFD
and has got more and more left wing as she's gone on. But yeah, absolutely.
Exactly,
but yeah, no,
yes.
look, in terms of percentage of the vote, Reform's done quite well. But if they only end up with 4 MPs, that's a big disappointment. And even if they get 6, that's kind of like the minimum anyone were hoping for them, I think. So yeah, I'm just not sure it's worth sitting here watching it for another 3 hours to see that. You know, maybe it is, but I'm not sure. I think it is, but you know, whatever.
Labour has got over the magic 326, 328, so 470 seats declared. So there's 180 to go. So the Conservatives on 71, Lib Dems on 45. The BBC, they've given up their, I think their prediction now. So they haven't bothered with their. Oh, they've still got it here. So they still reckon that the Conservatives will win 104 seats.
What they're saying for the Reform, I can't quite see that.
Yeah, that's terrible.
The exit poll
that is
predicted
terrible.
17.
That's terrible. Far too many Conservatives, but yeah.
And
all right, Tim. I'm gonna call this a day if you don't mind.
Yep. Are you? Is pretty much that's everything that there is to be said. Do you think, Harry?
Yeah, I haven't got much more to add to that really, and I've got things on. I've got my second job to start.
Yep. So we will. I think finish by just plugging our various other media and projects. So I will next be back on Tim's News Explosion, 9 p.m. Monday on the Wilms Front channels. If you're a new watcher to this Unshackled channel, please give a like, comment, subscribe, click the bell to notifications, and also also do that for the Wilms Front channel, and also the Unshackled Substack is where I post all the notifications for shows. And what else have I got here? The unshackled.net website as well. Harry, do you want to give all of your the back and Richardson Post a plug?
Yeah, so if any of you are interested, I run the Richardson Post, which used to be the Pickering Post. It was Larry Pickering's blog. I took it over. I'm now with the president of the BAC. We got if you look us up on Twitter in particular or YouTube, join us if you like. We'd love you to join us. $25 a year. We do some really great video content. We produce videos which go really well. I'm also the author of, as I said, there's this one, Anglophobia, the Unrecognized Hatred. And also, that one which sold 35,000 copies, which isn't bad for a self-published book. The Story of Muhammad, Islam Unveiled. So yeah, that was a very important book, very popular. So yeah, if you want to follow us on any of those things, look us up. Thank you, Tim, the Richardson Post there. And go on X, the British Australian Community, or BritishAustralianCommunity.com. You can find us there. Like I say, we're part of the multicultural community. So, but rather than representing Chinese Australians or Somali Australians, we represent the British and Anglo-Australians and people who are descended from the British Isles. And as I said, people who have assimilated into those communities. So if you're, of a similar ethnicity, like an Italian or Frenchman whose grandparents came out, and you're an Aussie, then we consider you to be part of our people. So we represent you as in the multicultural political scene. Okay. Thanks, Tim.
All right, I think to play us out, let's have Nigel Farage singing Rule Britannia. I think that would be a good way to play us out.
Before you go, Tim, can I just say, check out my channel, 99 Iron Duke on YouTube.
I'll put that in the chat as well.
What's it called?
I know it is, mate. Come and check us out. We'll be on Saturday evening. And the way things are looking this evening, I think we'll be crying into our beer, but we'll see. So,
what was it called? What was it called, Duke? Was it 99 Iron Duke, did you say?
Yeah, I'm 99 Iron Duke. That's my YouTube channel, and my my regular weekly stream with guests is called Splendid Isolation.
Right.
Based on the 1890s and early 1900s regime of Lord Salisbury, who was the last good British Prime Minister, as far as I know.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate. And
thanks for
a little bit better, but
we've got. We might actually finish off with Sir Keir Starmer, and then
ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people.
I don't believe anything.
At least it's good to see Union Jacks there.
Our country, believe that a weight has been lifted, a burden.
So when will the king,
the
king commission him to form government? Will it be today or tomorrow?
The sunlight of hope.
He'll go to Buckingham Palace. I'm not sure which day it's done. Probably tomorrow. Yeah, today rather, because it'll be in the morning, won't it?
Opportunity
after 2 in the morning there now.
To get its future back.
But make sure that there's some diverse youngsters behind him. Notice it's all young people.
Yeah.
He's the oldest prime minister, I think, since many years. He's in his 60s.
And I
Oh,
want
is he?
to each and every
he's
one
not
of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in
All
this
right,
campaign,
we'll finish with this.
also
Thank
for
you so
these
much,
4.5
Harry,
years changing
for
our
coming
world.
on, getting up
The
your
Labour
morning and early afternoon. Iron
is
Duke's already
always
gone.
Everything's
All right.
achieved from future down to the efforts of its people.
We'll
Yeah,
certainly
Farage.
collaborate again
You
soon.
have changed
You gonna
our
see us out with Nigel Farage?
Yes, I'm going to.
Stand this to you guys. Yeah, change. Yeah, they're going to change the
Yeah.
people. Yeah, going to change the population. Good on you.
Britannia, Britannia,